Hello! Happy Sunday. Why do I always forget the days of the week? I'm so sorry. Hello! Welcome in, everyone. I hope you had a good weekend so far. Let me see. Hello, Rising. Congrats on first. Thank you for the, oh damn, the hydrate and the posture check. Right off the bat. Thank you. Hello, Trace. Hello, Nue. Hello, Noel. Hello, Taylor. Hello, Fita. Hello, Derek. Hello, Miggles. Hello, Amadis. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, Nue. Oh yeah, Miggles, now that I read your name. I didn't reply to your messages, but I did read them. I really liked the way that you worded your thoughts about the 002 ending that we were talking about. Yeah, that one was really good, and I love the way you worded it. I couldn't have put it any better. Thank you. Hello, Austin. Hello, Ty. The days are still melding together. They are. It's so weird. I have a day off tomorrow too, so I don't have to go to work, thankfully. But it's still strange. It's not gonna be any better with me having tomorrow off, so. Hello, Blood. Hello, Taikai. Hi, everyone. Again, I'll wave again. I hope you had a good weekend. Hello, Nayut. Welcome in. I was part of the Minecraft the Harpy Express, whatever, Voyage collab at Kobe's channel. I think other people were streaming too. I actually wanted to stream as well, but I could not get Minecraft captured on OBS for the life of me. I really tried. I was messing around for 15 minutes, and I think I broke my whole OBS overlay because it wouldn't capture Umineko either. But it was very fun. Oh, sorry, it was 003. My bad. I also did get 002, which is probably why I was confused. Yes, 003. That is the one that I meant. We're inclusive of them to allow owls on the Harpy Express. Man, I didn't even properly introduce myself. I was like, hello, I'm Spooky. I don't usually introduce myself. That's it. Oh god, I realized how shy and introverted I was during that collab. I was like struggling to talk to people. I was like, oh, this is great. This is great. I actually was happy that I didn't stream, that it didn't work at the end, because I don't think I would have survived that being a VOD that I can look back on, because I kept like putting my hands over my face being like, oh, I'm dying of my own cringe. That was pretty bad. I was making myself cringe pretty bad, but it's okay. I did well. I put myself out there. I collabed with people. Oh, she's so good at staying in character. And that's the whole character. Oh, socially awkward. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Amadis. Thank you. You need to come up with corpo-esque intro for the future. But I don't wanna. I don't know what to say. I'm just me. I'm just a silly person on the internet. I think that describes it pretty well, but that's not much of an intro. I don't know. It's not that serious. 002 is also cute. I really like Ato's bit in it. Isn't 002, oh, without spoiling anyone. Oh wait, yeah. That was the one that I did. I hope I'm not confusing it with another one, but I think I did 002 and then 003, and 002 was really good because it made me very sad, rather. I don't know if I would say it was cute. It made me very sad. It was very heartwarming, I guess, but it was very sad. Hello, Esther. Welcome in. Just stopping in this evening to wish you a wonderful night as someone myself who's just started Umineko. Thank you! I hope you have a good time with Umineko. So far, I've been enjoying it, so I hope you enjoy it too. Good job socializing. Thank you. You're very into hand gestures, Spooky. I never forget during one of the Higu streams where you said, I'm tugging at my shirt collar during a horror scene. Dude, if I had a 3D model, you would see like my hands being on my face the entire time because I like... Sometimes, I don't know, I just have to like mentally scream into my hands and I just put them over my face. That happens very often. Hello, Skip. Hello, Gamer. Meowdy. We're doing good today. Hello, Panis. Hello, Uni. Hi, hi. But yeah, after the collab was over, I had to like go cool down because I was like, oh, this is quite something. Oh, let me actually. Oh, why is my phone screen is so bright? It looks very weird. Anyway, I had to go cool off after the collab. I was struggling a bit to I don't know, socialize. It was difficult, but I had a really good time. It was very fun. Even though I was disappointed at my own socializing abilities, it was very fun. I really want to play that with other people. So like if you want to play that with me, maybe just let me know, perhaps. So far, 5 people. We're 5 people in total, and we need, I think, at least 6. And we did play it with 15 people yesterday. Actually 14 because one person had internet issues. But it was very fun. It was very chaotic, but it was very good. I have a feeling that it would be less chaotic with less people because, you know, just less voices to focus on. But it was very good. I had a good time. And I got to be a super cool killer at the end, and I got shot by Kobe, and it was incredible, and I had a good time. It was really funny. But yeah, aside from that, I've been playing more Pocopia. I'm very overwhelmed by Pocopia. I underestimated when people said that the game was huge and that there was a lot to do, just how much there would be to do and how much there would be to get done in a single day. And I'm kind of stressing myself out over it, even though it's supposed to be a relaxing game. It doesn't really feel that relaxing to me at the moment. It's like Stardew Valley, you know? Where you think, oh, this is gonna be so relaxing, so cool, but then it's not. It's super stressful, and you're like trying to min-max every single day, and it doesn't work out. Yep. That's basically my experience with every single, I don't know, quote-unquote cozy game. And it's my own fault for stressing myself. But it's okay. I made an effort to like focus on the individual area since there's only like 4 I think. Yeah, 4 areas. And I'm starting with the first one, slowly but surely, even though I already have 20 hours and I didn't make a lot of progress, but that's okay. And 100 line. I've been playing more 100 line, and I think I have 001 to 005, I think? I don't remember if I have 5, but 4 for sure. And I'm working my way through the off-branching endings from 001 and 2 and 3. Yeah, that like little route that you can play. And it has so many like branching endings. I think I'm gonna get a lot just by finishing up the ones that branch off. But they're really good so far. I'm really enjoying it. I think I'll still take a long time to finish the game, but I am feeling somewhat hopeful that I can finish it this year. I have 26 endings now out of 100, so I did most of those in only a couple of weeks. So if I like lock in during a vacation or something, I could get most of them done, probably. But yeah, that's about it. I'm looking for... Oh yeah, we left off on a total cliffhanger. I was gonna say I'm looking forward to playing Umineko, and it's not being captured again. This is... I'm gonna restart the game. I think I broke something in OBS the last time. Well, not the last time. Yesterday, when I was trying to set it up. So, I'm trying to fix it. It doesn't want to capture Umineko anymore. Oh. I wonder what happened. What did I do to deserve this? It was just working. Umineko? Hello? I can hear the... Can you hear it even? Oh, you can hear the seagulls, but you can't see anything. That's lovely. I don't know how to fix this. It's just, it doesn't want to appear at all. Do I do not browser capture, I can do window capture. Does that work? Window capture seems to work for whatever reason. I guess we'll just do that then. I will do that. Fine. I think this is correct. Okay. Not sure why it didn't work, but that's for another time for me to figure out. Okay, let's do this. Put myself in the cage. And then we do this, and I'm ready. Wow. Good progress. I picked it back up last night after all the talk. Yeah, it's really good. I think... Oh yeah, I did tell you to leave don't say the route name. To leave 001 for the end. I highly recommend it. OBS may the witch's curse take you. Exactly. I'll send battle on their ass. You just stop denying battle already. I'm trying. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that we left off on a cliffhanger, unfortunately, because I had to go. I had to eat dinner. I was very hungry and my throat was dying. But I think Jeshka just started coughing out of nowhere. I don't really know what happened. Oh yeah, they were all ganging up on Natsuhi. Oh well, not all of them. Rather, it was just Eva and Hideyoshi, of course. And the fucking glass breaking sound is really good. And then they did a comeback. Everyone sided with Natsuhi, and they were like, yo, it might not have been Natsuhi. Maybe Kinzo just got out of there some other way. Maybe he hid underneath the bed. Stuff like that, you know? Hello, Lark. Welcome in. Jeshka's dying too. I hope not. I don't want her to die. Anyway, let's start reading, shall we? Milady, milady. Oh, damn. Jeshka suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jeshka kept coughing and choking down on her hands and knees.
Jeshka, shikkari.
Damn, she's got that dog in her. Jeshka, hang in there.
Nanjo-sensei.
Dr. Nanjo.
Jeshka-san, 救入器を早く.
Really funny because there's an ambulance outside my window right now. They're coming for you! They should have checked the room better. Yeah, you should have checked the ceiling, under the bed, under the behind the curtains. Jeshka, your inhaler, quickly.
私が持ってきているのがあります.
No, wait, I have one with me. Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jeshka. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jeshka sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jeshka look like she was in this much pain.
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ?
You think she's also been drinking absinthe? she's been downing that shit. Jeshka has 2 wolves inside her. Both are asthma? No! Aniki, was Jeshka's asthma always this bad?
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ.
It's gotten a lot worse these last few years.
大丈夫な時はいいんだけどね.
It's no problem when she's normal.
突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ.
But when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore. Oh no, she's starting to sound like Kinzo. No!
Ojo-sama, okusuri desu.
Milady, your medicine. Here. Taking the inhaler from Kanon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。
Are you okay,
び
Jessica?
っくりしたぜ。
You scared me. I mean, that is quite a coughing fit to go into all of a sudden. So they'll let Jessica inhale drugs, but they won't let Ava inhale lead? What? They should. You know, Ava has something terrible to say about this whirling in her head. She's like, this stupid ass bitch. Oh, I'm kidding. She would say that, actually. I'm not kidding. She would say that. That's what's coursing in her head right now.
大したことねえよ。
Daughter of this borrowed womb. It's no big deal.
心配すんじゃねえぜ。
Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused, but that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly. Solving all of the riddles and arresting the culprit.
確かにバトラ君の言う通りかしら。
I don't think the police is coming anytime soon, just a hunch. This girl has weak-ass lugs. You should have birthed a better daughter. Hello, Flupo. Welcome in. Perhaps Batara-kun is right after all.
夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。
Just as Natsuhi's Ne-san is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that I'm suspicious too.
それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。
Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive.
明日、警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。
Everything will be fine if you just leave it to the police tomorrow. I'm surprised that she isn't saying anything to the coughing fit, but, you know, fine by me.
でも、バトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？
But don't you want to know too, Batara-kun?
犯人を。
Who the culprit is?
大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために、1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible?
それは否定しないです。
I won't deny that.
これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎を。
Even
たと
one
え一
day
日であったとしても、のさばらしたくはない。
would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go.
でも、だからといって、18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。
But that doesn't mean that I want to suspect one of the 18.
さっきはああ言ったが、俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。
Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to suspect you, Aunt Eva.
俺にとってのエヴァおばさんは、ちゃめっ気があって、いつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。
To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always fun and playful.
そんなおばさんと、こんな罵り合いはしたくね
I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like
え。
that.
ここにいる誰だって、そんなことは望んでねえはずさ。
I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here.
だろ、
Right?
みんな。
Everyone? Funny that he says that to her, the one who's always picking fights with everyone else. She's egging him on? Kind of.
バトラ君に同じ
I feel the same as Batara-kun.
意味のない罵り合いだね。
It's pointless to trade insults.
多分これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるからみんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning.
でしょうな。
Probably.
無理もないことです。
It is only natural.
言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
It may not be my place to say it, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. Man, I could have left off here.
エヴァ、
This is a much better place to stop. Eva getting humbled by a kid. I'm glad that she calmed down at least, you know.
わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。
Eva, I think we better cool our heads too.
レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。
The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how father disappeared.
警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
We should tell the police about it when they come.
そうね。
That's right.
そう。
Right.
レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。
I just felt a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt.
確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。
Of course it isn't fair to only suspect Natsuhine-san, right?
私たちだって等しく疑わしい。
You're just as suspicious.
でもね、バトラ君。
She's surprisingly insightful. Hello, Costco. Come in. He needs to say we because Eva would never accept someone saying you need to calm down. I think he does say you need to calm down to her a couple of times every now and then, though. But still, Batara-kun.
レシートの話だけは本当よ。
At least the part about the receipt is real, okay?
これ忘れないでね。
Don't forget it.
そしてこれがどういう意味を持つか、もう一度よく考えてみてね。
And try thinking deeply about what it means one more time, okay? She just can't let it go, man! Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はないのよ。
In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing
だっ
detectives.
てどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
After all, the police will reveal everything anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass, and when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry... My god, the name drop is crazy!
これ以上夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょ。
Natsuhine-san, I take it you don't want to see my face anymore.
私も同じよ。
I feel the same. You don't want to see your own face anymore? Damn, Eva, that's rough.
確か姉さんは昨日ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室
I have a
を用
very
意してく
simple
れたのよ
solution
ね。
for her. She should just go to the storage shed and get her face smashed in. Easy solution. You don't have to see your own face anymore. He said that thing! Because Oishi did a great job solving Hinamizawa. Got it in every chapter. Yeah, the police always has incredible staff on hand that don't get roped into being slightly criminal at all. Don't worry about it. A toxic Yuri between these two. They just can't let it go. Honestly, I think they would be happier together. Natsuhi definitely would be. If I remember correctly, yesterday you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right?
あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。
Those should each have a bath and a toilet as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door.
横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, right? What does she say, my husband? It's kind of like she's implying, yo, I still have a husband in comparison to you. The gun. Shoot her! Shoot her right now! Japanese police especially are known for their extreme competence. That I wouldn't know anything about, but Oishi was not a good police officer by any means. The Shiromiya's wait for the police boat to arrive and then we hear a familiar voice saying Domo Domo. That would be really funny. It's actually I recently saw a meme about like a couple of Umineko characters, and then for some reason Oishi was also on that image. I was very, very confused. I don't have that image anymore, but if I find it again, I'll send it in the Discord. I try to like scroll past Umineko posts on Twitter and stuff so I don't spoil myself, but it's hard. I get recommended so many. Come on, Hideyoshi, let the 9-year-old who lost her mother watch her cartoon. She's watching Higurashi. She's locked in.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Do whatever you want.
でも、くれぐれも用心を。
But make sure to be cautious.
ありがとう姉さん。
Thank you, 姉さん。
そして余計なお世話よ。
And mind your own business.
姉さんはみんなの監視をよろしくね。
I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay?
犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。
Because the culprit is definitely here.
そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。
And 姉さん, make sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself too.
捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？
Have you finished taking your parting shots?
十分よ。
Yes, I'm
じ
finished.
ゃあね、夏日姉さん。
See you, 夏日姉さん。
源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。
Genji-san, let us know when it's time for dinner.
それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
Until then, we'll lock ourselves with a chain.
源氏、
Just get out already, Jesus!
お二人を客室までお送りを。
Genji, Kanon, escort them to the guest room.
結構よ。
Oh my god, just accept it, Emma, please!
送り狼なんて嫌だもの。むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。
We'll be fine. I hate shady escorts. In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we reach
ジョー
ours.
ジ行くわよ。
Let's go, Joji.
僕はここでみんなといるよ。
For a second, I forgot that Joji was their child. I'm so sorry. I muted a bunch of Umineko-related words on Twitter, and it still managed to find its way to my timeline untagged. Yeah, it happens. I have, like, Witch Hat Atelier stuff muted, and I still get Witch Hat Atelier posts, so it doesn't really help all that much. She really wants to have the final say so bad. She just can't let it go. She has to. I'll stay here with
ジョー
everyone.
ジ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。
She's losing it fast. Joji, the culprit is in this room.
そんなところにいるつもり？
Do you plan on staying in a place like that?
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。
Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my
僕
relatives.
はあんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて信じない。
I can't believe anyone in our family is capable of something that horrible. The only person I can see doing something like this would be Kinzo. And Maria, for that matter. Joji is so insistent that he's an adult. I can see how you'd forget. Yeah, he seems so independent, actually. Well, he is. They don't really talk all that much either, except for when they tell him to shut up and go to their room with them. Okay, I'm curious about their relationship. She seems very protective of him, and like, she only wants the best for him. She's like that type of mom, you know? He's like 23. He seems a lot older, if I'm gonna be honest. He seems like he's in his late 20s.
ジョージ、あなたからも言ってやってよ。
Joji, darling, you tell him too.
ジョージももう一人前の男や。
Joji is already an adult
そ
man.
のジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるなら、それも勝手やろ。
If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him.
好きにさせたれ。
Let him do what he wants.
父さん、
Father. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. I like the clock ticking in the background. Kinda nice. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Have we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Oh my god, they're gonna be alone in their rooms. What if they both end up missing or dead? Two locked room murders, or disappearances, that'd be quite something. Fukishi's men are men moment for the stream. We have it every single stream. There's at least one line where that comes up. Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV.
今なら信じるぜ。
I believe it now.
手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
The letter, the murders, everything. It was all Beatrice.
いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。
In fact, I almost feel like begging her to come, for her, what? I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all.
19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。
I want it to be the work of a 19th person.
じゃなきゃ俺たち18人はいつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならね
Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other.
え。これなら19人目の存在を信じる方がマシさ。
I think believing in a 19th person is better than that. Honestly, they're kind of starting off strong compared to Higurashi, where they immediately started suspecting each other. And they're immediately, like, deciding to trust in each other. Well, some of them, most of them, the reasonable ones, you know. Hello, Kuro. Welcome in. Since they didn't want an escort, I assumed they were going elsewhere. Oh no, I would believe that they went to their room. The kids, not the adults, yeah. Though, I feel like Natsuhi is pretty reasonable as of right now, still. They have like a couple of brain cells between themselves, yeah. A couple here and there.
扉も窓も開けずにじいさまを外へ連れ出すなんて。ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again.
そうだよ。
She really just switches on and off like that.
魔女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも立たないんだよ。
That's right. Locking a door is useless against a witch.
ベアトリーチェは72中のすべてに精通する。
Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons.
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与えるし。
The 33rd rank, Gop, gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location.
彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
To her, taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see. Makes me think of Natsuhi, you know? She was also technically in a locked room, but she had the charm. I wonder if that, you know, somehow really does just block magic or whatever. She has the gun. True. Well, I trust her with the gun.
魔女はすげえな。
Which is sure incredible.
頼むからもしまだ事件を起こす気なら絶対に人間には無理なことをして。
Tell her if she feels like committing another crime to do it in a way that no human could.
俺に19人目を。
And make me believe that a 19th
い
person.
や魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
No, a witch exists.
いいよ。
Okay.
あったら伝えておくよ。
If I meet her, I'll tell her. Let's go. Crap. Nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And just when I want to believe there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I want there to be more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is 19 bigger than X, and X is, no. What? X is bigger than 18, yeah. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it is impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is bigger than X, and X is bigger than 18. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder that 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. Yeah, that's making sense. That witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 is bigger than X, and X is bigger than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. That was very confusing. Math! Oh my god! Yeah, that's what my brain just did. Hello, Aviona. It feels like I'm reading a philosophy textbook. True! What's the way someone can die that only a witch could do? Turn into a drug frog? Or just a frog? I mean, yeah. And then be turned back into a human with a smooch. A 2.5 men situation. Yep. That was truly so confusing. But he's like, okay, so she cannot be seen because a person cannot be represented by an integer, apparently. And so whatever, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. That was so cryptic. I think I got it. I just have to stop thinking about it. I'm overthinking it. If I read it again, I will only confuse myself. Oh, it's 7 p.m.? Okay. I didn't look at the time. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like a discussion of the case was itself taboo. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So, at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
Never stop thinking. No, but I need thinking power for later. I can't already wear myself out. I was already a little bit confused about the whole receipt thing because I didn't quite understand when the receipt was put in. So the way that I understood it is that Natsuhi went up to see Kinzo, and we saw that whole interaction. Eva was there and saw Natsuhi come out, put in the receipt, and then later they came back to check, and they saw, oh, yo, Kinzo is not in this room, and then Natsuhi found the receipt and threw it away. But we don't, like, and I guess that is, like, enough of a proof that the receipt was in there after Natsuhi left the room that morning, because, like, Eva could have put it in sometime in between too, and like people could have gone in and out of that room. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of confusing. I didn't really understand how that was irrefutable proof. Detective Spooky, thank you. I'm not good at that stuff, but I am trying to think. I'm thinking. The wheels are turning. It feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter.
まだいっぱい降ってるよ。
Still pouring down.
仮にやんだって、この島には船がねえんだしな。
Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this
船
island.
が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。
But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow.
洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation.
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow?
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。
Normally, the boat to take them back would arrive at 3 today.
先方も台風が過ぎてから来直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。
They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately the phones aren't working.
でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。
But they aren't children over there.
客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから。
They were told to both drop off and collect our
おそ
guests.
らく明日の朝一番で、
So they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning.
多分9時頃くらいに来てくれるでしょう。
Probably about 9, I believe. My head is still empty. I feel you. An IQ too high. If only that were the case. Hello, Chiharu. Good morning. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. Nom 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 nom. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Kanon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Kanon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly, but Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine.
綺麗に盛り付けられてますよ。
They're so cute, thinking the witch hasn't cut them off from the outside world for the foreseeable future. It's kind of... I mean, I don't think they realize what kind of situation they're in, you know? It's easy for us as the reader to be like, oh, they're so silly, they don't realize it. But, like, it is highly improbable that, like, witches exist and that a typhoon would last this long, far beyond what they would normally expect from it. I mean, it could always happen, but it's very unlikely. But I'm guessing that they will not be able to leave until the very end of this visual novel. It's arranged beautifully.
カノン君もお上手ですよ。
Kanon-kun, aren't you skilled?
シャノン姉さんだったら
If it had been Chanon-ne-san,
もっと綺麗に
it would look even more beautiful. Kanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Chanon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Chanon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced.
今は忘れなさい。
Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as he advanced a pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. I like how it said Nanjo had escaped from the parlor. He's like, let me out of here. I don't want anything to do with these people.
はい今は忘れます
Yes, I'll forget it for now. Indeed.
それがいいだろう。
That is probably for the best. Genji purposefully refrained from facing Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Why? Because he's looking sad and he's furniture and he's not allowed to be sad? Something like that? Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。
I wonder where Kinzo-san has gone.
ご無事だといいのですが。
I hope that he is safe, but
わかりません。
I do not know.
ただ、すべては親方様が望まれ、仕組まれたことのように思っています。
However, I believe everything has proceeded as the master has hoped and arranged for.
それを邪推することは、親方様にお仕えする家具には過ぎたことです。
To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture and as service to the master.
源氏さんは怖くないのですか？
Aren't you scared, Genji-san?
私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
I'm frightened that something bad will occur again tonight. Maybe furniture also, like, relates to the demons in some way. Hello, Grok. Welcome in. Men don't like people seeing them cry. I mean, I guess that's something that Rukishi would write in this novel, but I don't think that's what they meant here. Or maybe it is. They say stupid stuff like that all the time. It might be. But he's also still just a kid, and kids are, you know, known to cry every now and then. I love this Nanjo sprite where he's just asleep with his mouth hanging open. I think they really did a good job I always talk about they, but I think it's all Rikushi in the end. But he did a great job at drawing old people, you know? Like, especially Nanjo, I think. He just looks like so naturally old. It almost feels like he had a very specific reference that Nanjo is based on.
怖いことなど何も。
I have nothing to be afraid of.
私はただ後宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone, no, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend, husband, just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard.
Genji-san.
I think knowing the fact that Kinzo is prepared to die himself to, I don't know, make his plan work out, I don't think he cares about Genji all that much. Nanjo looks like a walrus. It's so cute. I can see it. I can see it. I think Nanjo is very cute. This is a pretty crazy chess position. Oh, I didn't pay that much attention to it. Not that I would understand it either way, but I will trust you when you say that.
私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
Genji-san, I'm truly frightened about tonight. I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning comes. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house's construction. This room looks sick. Look at that. Though, what the hell is happening here? It's either blocking a door or a closet, and I hate it. Either way, what is this? Why would they do this? Whatever this is, make it illegal. That is not okay. So, until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel, with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。
Very bad feng shui, and I hope I said that right. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that word correctly. But it's bad either way because you can't access whatever it is. Hello, Broken Bee. Guest room for divorced couple. True. They picked... these were picked up by Natsuhi, right? I wonder if they didn't have like any more double beds or whatever, or if this was just to spite them. Class couldn't spring for the king bed. Maybe they have some with that, but it was, given to these two on purpose. Guess it's true, you can relax more when you're alone with your family.
他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
I mean, technically everyone here is your family except for the servants, but, Maybe it'd be better if everyone else also shut themselves in guest rooms and locked the doors.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
Natsuhine-san said that no one could leave the parlor, throwing her weight around.
誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
I'm sure no one will be able to talk back.
あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。
She's always been treated so coldly, so now that Nii-san's dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power. Coldly by who? By you!
まったく、ずうずうしいったら嵐の。
Seriously, how shameless can she be? She sounds so childish right now. Because Joji stays in the same room. But they only had 2 beds, no? Or maybe there was another one that we didn't see. That does make sense. I think Joji does stay with the cousins mostly, but he was supposed to also lock himself in here, so I guess this room must have more than 2 beds. Eva's not competing for the blankets. I'm sure she prefers to sleep in her own bed. I mean, you can always just get 2 separate blankets on the same bed, you know?
まあそう言うな。
Come now, don't say that.
夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。
Natsuhi-san's doing pretty well.
お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。
No need to jump on her like that.
さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
And about that receipt earlier, you went too far.
だってん
Come
あ
on.
そこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
If I hadn't said it there, there wouldn't be another good time to say it. I love the way that she talks to Hideyoshi when they're alone. It kind of fits them. She really has 2 types of speaking, shouting and sultry, or should I say sultry? That's so cute. Yeah, she does. I mean, she can also be... she can also be slightly serious, but even then I think she sounds sultry. Hideyoshi is sick of her! No, I think he... For some reason, he didn't do it in front of them when earlier he was like, Eva, you should stop bullying Natsuhi. And this time he was like, yeah, you're right, actually. Natsuhi is the criminal here. Natsuhi would never allow something as shameful as sleeping on the same bed. You are right about that, sadly. Eva, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed.
でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
Still, we haven't been alone like this for quite some time.
そうやな。
Please, I'm feeling awkward. You're right.
思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。
Come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old.
ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
I feel like I'm looking at something I shouldn't be looking at. He knew what he wanted when he married her. He saw the crazy hot and said, I don't want to fix her. She's perfect. I do think he loves her very much. Crazy and all. I feel like we're not supposed to be seeing this. Close your eyes, everyone. Since Joji was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye.
本当にあっという間よ。
It really
子
has.
供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Klaus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Eva herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside the Ushiromiya register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It's actually kinda cute. That's very sweet. Hello, Ayo. Hello, Devil That Cries. Welcome in. Klaus didn't have a child. Eva's child would be the heir, especially if he was a man. Yeah. She had a heavenly revelation and she was like, let's go, money. It hadn't been so easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushiromiya register. Of course he did. Joji would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear Joji wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Okay, girl. You did not have to think about that. I really hope Joji doesn't know he was born just to spite Natsuhi. At least partially, you know. His dad was very happy about his planning and birthing. Yeah. Oh, console background jump scare. Sorry.
私、クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。
I have hated Klaus Nissan since long ago.
そうで威張ってて。
He was so full of himself, always swaggering around.
自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて。
So proud that he would one day become the head.
だから、それに一矢報いてやりたかった。
So I wanted to get back at him.
でも、それは子供の頃の感情なのよ。
Was that just a childish emotion?
でもその感情は、結局、自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。
But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life.
それだけならまだいい。
If that had been all, then it would have been
その
fine.
感情は、あなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
But because of that emotion, I got you and Georgie involved. I used you.
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
Eva, don't blame yourself for that. Hideyoshi got up and held Eva's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。
Looking at her corpse and being happy? No! I don't know. I feel like she can be super nice and she can be rather normal. Like right now, she actually seems understanding and normal and like she understands that she's just, you know, upset and is having negative emotions about multiple people. Natsuhi, Klaus. But it just seems like whenever she's like around other people that aren't, you know, just her by herself or apparently Hideyoshi, that she just can't control her emotions very well. She just kind of bursts out with hatred and whatnot, and it's kind of sad. Well, I reached a halfway point in my life long
でも
ago.
な、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived my life.
一度もや。
Not one.
エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。
I think that since I've been with you, Eva, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will.
戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。
After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family
だか
is.
ら後ろ宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。
So, I'm grateful to the Ushiromiya family, and I think of it as my only one. That is so cute, actually! Wow! You're at the exact end of your life. No! I don't want him to die. Man, this is just raising all the death flags, isn't it? This is just like how we got that really heartwarming scene with... It wasn't really that heartwarming, but you know, Shannon was very cute during that scene with Joji, you know, she was very sweet and adorable and I love her and I want her to be happy for all eternity, even though she's dead. But this is kind of like that scene, you know? And I have a feeling the death flag is being risen for Hideyoshi at the very least. He's gonna die, or Eva, or both. I think it's just gonna be one of them, though. I think it's gonna be Hideyoshi and Eva's gonna lose her shit. It's no wonder he accepted her surname since he has no family to speak of. I mean, yeah, but I think he's still very genuine when he says that he was just genuinely excited to build a family with her.
わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、無駄な
And
こと
this...
なんか何もなかった。
Oh, he got so quiet all of a sudden. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted.
今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
Why are you whispering, Hideyoshi? It's really been a fun life up till today.
ありがとうあなた
Thank you, darling. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
感謝するのはわしや。
I'm the one who should be thanking
今日
you.
までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
Until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you.
私もよあなたと一緒になれて
Me too.
よかった。
I'm so glad to have you by my side.
ジョージももう立派な大人や。
Man, that was really sweet. They're gonna die. One of them is gonna die! Splitting the party never results in any good. True. That was their first mistake. Eva has to stick around to stir up the family. That's what I was thinking. Like, she can't die too soon. She has to get angry. She has to fight and bicker with Natsuhi a little bit longer. So it's gonna be Hideyoshi that dies, probably. He'll die doing... No, why would you say that? Why are they whispering? They're the only ones in the room. It's more close and personal if you whisper at each other. They're flirting. Yeah. Joji is already a fine
わ
adult.
しが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。
Even if I don't look out for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his
で、
own. I wonder.
正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか？
Around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the
わ
Maldives?
しら二人水いらずや。
Just us, no one else.
嫌よ
No
毎
way.
年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない
Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep?
次の正月だけはなしや。
None of that this New Year's.
年賀状はみん。
I won't read New Year's cards.
黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。
I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery.
今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
It'd sure be nice if you won a color TV this year.
やだ
No
モ
way.
ルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない
I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while in the
じ
Maldives.
ゃあそいつもなしや。
Then, none of that either.
水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
How does it sound? Just the two of us, taking it easy like when we were newlyweds, just before Georgie was born.
それならいいわね
Yes, in that case, fine.
モルジブはええとこらしいで。
I hear the Maldives are wonderful.
なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water.
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの
Like when we were newlyweds, you say. Starting when?
仕事納めしたらすぐや。
He's gonna die! He's gonna die! It was Yayo, mate. I think it made me blush a bit. She's very powerful. I wonder how like expensive a color TV would be during this time. Maybe it's too expensive. You know, they're having financial issues. He said he wanted to go to the Maldives, but ended up in the Maldives. He's gonna die. Oh, why do they always do this? Why do you give me heartwarming scenes with a character that I felt lukewarm about, only to kill him right after?
レコーデンに聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
As soon as I finished up some business, I won't know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
いや
No way. Right now.
すぐがいい
I want to go right now. Ivan nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. At least it's the rain, not something else. I thought that was a shot. Fucking Natsuhi killed some people. I think color started coming out in the 60s, so they should have been able to... should have been cheaper in the 80s. Yeah, I figured. They shouldn't have been too expensive. They should be able to buy one. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in like 5 minutes. So I think I'm just gonna take it now since we have a scene switch. I think that's the best course of action. So I will be back in 3 minutes. Hello, I'm back. Thank you for the hydrated posture check. I did that. Thank you. Solo Raisu, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Oh, okay. Volume. Thank you. Welcome back, T2. There was a knock on the door and Genji-san entered.
奥様、
Madam,
お夕食の準備が整いました。
dinner has been prepared.
お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
Will you eat in here again?
ええ
Yes.
ここへ運ばせなさい
Have it brought here.
南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか
Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen?
はい。
Yes.
次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。
He has said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move.
ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
Do not worry, he's with the other servants. What if Nanjo's the one killing everyone?
源氏さんはじい様の相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。
Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent.
南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right?
そうなんだ。
That's right.
昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
Long ago he played against me, but he must have let me win.
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。
Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat
しか
soon.
し、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
But look at you, you've been watching TV all day long, you still haven't gotten bored.
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. I'm an addict, I'm okay.
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Trying to get into the mindset of these kids who came for a fun family visit and now have the faces of their dead family burnt into their brains, and they're just trying to be normal and chat and eat, but it's all coded in a fear that someone wants to kill them. It's such a subtle horror. And they're putting on very brave faces, you know? The situation is so awful. I would probably just sit in a corner and cry, you know? I'm surprised that they can put on these faces and, you know, act as though everything is okay, get some food, laugh, haha, watch TV. I could not. My mother neglects me. No! Well, she can't be neglected by her mother anymore if she's dead. It's kind of interesting how Maria still hasn't said a single thing in regards to that. Like, not in any of the two personalities does she care that her mom is just gone. Heh, Maria-chan sure is a TV kid. At least she's not an iPad kid.
食事だから机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jeshka began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。
Genji, ask Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us.
どうせ断るでしょうが。
Although, they will probably turn us down. Oh, hello, Aiko! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid! I hope you had a good stream. I have never heard of Outbound, but I hope it was fun. She isn't being slapped anymore. It's probably an improvement. For now it is. Also, hello Tristan. Thank you also for the raid. Thank you, you two. Hope you had a good time together. Yeah, long time no see. Hope you've been well. Hello Tristan. Hi. We're currently playing, or reading, Umineko rather. We are in still episode 1. We're never getting out of here. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's very good. It's very nice. People are dying left and right, but that's okay. We'll solve the mystery and then everything will be fine. All of our family members will come back alive, probably. We're having a great cozy time. That's good. I hope you two can relax after the stream. And that you can eat, sleep maybe. I don't know what time it is.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。
First father and now Eva-san.
つくづく後宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushiromiya dinner table. Natsuki felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The Ushiromiya family is full of babies. But we're like so close to the second Twilight, so someone is getting killed for sure. Move to Australia? I don't know if I've updated you about that. No, I don't think so. I hope the move went well. I hope it's good there. I'm a little bit afraid of Australia because of animals and bugs, but I'm sure it's nice. I have a couple of friends that live in Australia, and you know they think it's nice. I think. I don't know. Maybe they don't even live anymore. Maybe they got eaten by a huge spider. Who knows? Gets a bad rap, honestly. I think I've heard mostly positive things about it, except for, you know, the ecosystem, which I'm just personally super afraid of, so in my mind, it gets twisted into a hellscape, but I'm sure it's not so bad when you get used to it and when you're not that afraid. I kidnapped her to Spiderlandia. Oh god. Be careful. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuki had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible, and just now Nanja had so admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little bit more concern for his safety. Kanan accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama.
Dude, what if they're dead now? Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama.
お夕食の準備が整いました。
Dinner has been prepared. He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Oh, please! They can't possibly be dead, right? It's not Twilight yet. They can't possibly already have happened. There's no way. It's super scary, so people will stay away and they can keep all the Australian land to themselves. That's fair, you know, that's fair. I get that. But yeah, thank you again. I hope you have a good lurk and can rest out well. Thank you. Also, welcome in. Yeah, the door is locked too. We have like 10,000 locked door murders.
源氏様、これは。
Oh no. Genji-sama, look at this. Kanan pointed under the door. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, the same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. Fuck. There can be no mistake. It is one of the master's envelopes. Or could it be Beatrice? Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
Eva-sama! Genji de gozaimasu.
Eva-sama! Eva-sama! It is Genji!
Irasshaimasu.
Are you there?
O henji o onegai itashimasu. Eva-sama!
Please answer, Eva-sama! But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. However, there was no answer. Kanan stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television. But I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring.
Eva-sama! Eva-sama! Douka o henji o!
Eva-sama! Eva-sama, please answer!
Mou o buya ni wa irasshaimasen ka?
Are you still in your room? But there was no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, which contained the key that would open the guest room. I mean, at this point, dude, people have died. Open that door. Kanan also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so when there was still a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, there was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided, if the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else...
Eva-sama! Moushiwake gozaimasen.
Eva-sama, my apologies.
O buya o shitsurei sasete itadakimasu.
Allow me to enter your room. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking, and after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Wow! Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank! Oh my god, the door's locked, of course! Oh my god! Genji's getting fired after this. I doubt they're alive to complain. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called to Eva once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer.
Genji-sama.
Even Eva? She can't possibly be dead. She must be missing. But like how? Where is she? She also under the bed? Oh. Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. It was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Kanan held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone.
私は奥様をお呼びしてくる。
I will call Madam in return.
カノンはチェーンの切断を。
Kanon, cut the chain.
はい。
Yes. Oh, I feel iffy about leaving Kanon all by himself. Locked room mystery times 2. I have a feeling this won't be the last one. Beato was like, oh, you want to see me kill people in a witchy way? I'll kill them in the room with irrefutable proof that they could not have left the room. As Kanon heard a way to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop.
待てカノン。
Wait, Kanon.
厨房に戻り、熊沢と行動するように。
Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you.
断じて一人で行動してはならんぞ。
You must not act alone.
はい。かしこまりました。
Yes, certainly. It looked like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kanon. Genji, you're too pure for this world. I love you. Maybe someone climbed through the window. I guess the windows were shut too. Yeah, they can't be shut from the outside, right? So... Man, this is tough. Maybe the floor just opens up and they all get dropped into the basement or something. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong.
おや、どうしましたか、源氏さん。
Oh, what has happened, Genji-san?
南條先生、申し訳ありませんが、この勝負は一度中断させてください。
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow this match to be suspended for the time being.
カノンはチェーンを頼む。
Kanon, take care of the chain.
熊沢、食事の配膳は一時中断し、カノンと同行するよう。
Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Kanon.
私は奥様のところへ行く。
I will go over to Madam.
南條先生もご一緒に。
If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo.
何かあったんですかな。
Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
熊沢さん、申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
Kumasawa-san, my apologies, but please come with me.
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
What has happened, Kanon-san? Kumasawa said almost the exact same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Kanon, who had flown out into the hallway. Man, this is so stress-inducing. Ugh. This is a great track. All of these tracks are so good. Could be poison. We've had gas poison-ish in Higurashi, you know. Maybe Rikishi will use it again. I feel like gas poison is like a way that this could be possible, but there would still be traces left in the room, no? Because the windows are closed and the door is closed. I'm guessing they don't have like a good air filtering system yet that could like filter out the poison. I don't know. Seems unlikely. They didn't eat anything in particular unless they were food poisoned before. I don't know. And it just took a long time to take effect. But then, yeah, I don't know. It is tough. I guess there is ways to have them killed in a closed room, but... Secret passages surely aren't that uncommon in a fancy mansion. I mean, they talked about the door mechanism that Kinzo has on his own door, and that one is kind of crazy already. They keep getting late meals. Service here is horrible. Isn't it only 7? 7 isn't too late. I mean, that's around the time that I eat. Earliest. Carbon monoxide? Maybe. Elaborate doohickey murders are my fave. I am very intrigued. For right now, I can't really see how this would work out except for, you know, secret passages or really just poison or whatever, but we'll see. Taking Kumasawa with him, Kanan went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか？
What are you looking for?
私も手伝いますよ。
Let me help too.
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。
We're cutting a door
大
chain.
きめの番線カッターはどこだ
Where
っけ？
was that large wire
ド
cutter?
アチェーンを？
A door chain?
どうしてそんなことをするんですか？
Why would you do something like that?
エヴァ様たちのお部屋にチェーンが
The chain to Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's room.
中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation.
これなら多分。
That one will probably do the trick. I'm gonna assume that they're not dead inside the room because it's on the second twilight. Isn't that like later in the night? I'm gonna assume that they're not in the room anymore, but that their bodies will appear on the next day or something like that. Kanan took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Kanan remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. It's like garden scissors-ish. We're just assuming they don't get in there and just find someone hiding under the bed. That'd be quite hilarious. Don't dead, open inside. What's the protagonist's name from The Walking Dead? I forgot. Was it Rick? Why do I have the name Rick in my head, but I don't know if Ato moment? Yeah. They're just gonna be under the bed waiting for people to come in and have private conversations. Oh yeah, it was Rick. Okay. It's been a long time since I watched it. Kanan took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively. We should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or perhaps it was already.
待ってください、カノンさん。
Please wait, Kanon-san. Dude, she's old. You gotta wait up.
早く！
Hurry! Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees, not the knees on her hands. When Kanan changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. What the fuck is that? No! They were only gone for like a short moment! What do you mean? They were gone for like 5 minutes! This cannot be. Cannot be! He barely left. Ugh. What is the weird sunset right after the sun passed the horizon? Oh, so it's not really... Oh, so it's not really nighttime. Okay, but like they were killed after 12 a.m. on the first day, which is why I assumed that it would be like after 12 a.m. or like around that time. So 7 p.m. seemed early for me. Those two remain tearing them apart. Are they going to be glued to the door? That would be fucked up. That would be so fucked up. Magic. How will Batara anti-magic his way out of this one? This is... Oh, man. Okay. I totally thought that this wasn't gonna happen. I actually had forgotten all about the weird markings on doors and whatnot. But I didn't expect this to happen so soon. I figured that, oh, they were just gonna be gone. They were gonna go into the room, no problems, and they were gonna be gone. But this makes me think that they're gonna be dead. Or they will be dead once someone enters that room. They should have brought Maria too to decipher whatever this means.
何ですかこれは
What is this? And that is... Oh, I wanted to look at it in more detail. Hold on. It looks like a door of sorts. This is a door, maybe. I don't know. there's a 4. Isn't 4 Ichini Sanchi? It's she, which means death, right? Maybe this is not at all what it means, but it looks like a 4. I don't know what this is. This is a little weird, but you know, this could, yeah, this makes sense, right? Open the door and they die. Natsu's so pissed she faced through the wall and shot them. You know what? Good for her. Door to the underworld. It's kind of what it looks like. It looks like a hellish door. Batra denying magic so openly stresses me out so much because of how fucked up wizard shit happening. How much fucked up wizard shit happening like this, yeah. We need him to believe. Everyone needs to believe because it's clearly not gonna stop. Maybe when they start believing, it'll stop. I don't know. It's just there to look cool. Maybe. Kumasawa, screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling in the gaps which weren't from the alphabet were the same kind as the ones on that magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Kanan struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been there a short while ago. It was also 4 rows, by the way, just wanted to mention it. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? Maybe they have like a stamp. You know, ready-made stamps. And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave away and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Kanan surely would have wanted to.
Beatrice...
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
It's the work of Beatrice-sama. How horrid, how horrid. For some reason, I don't buy it. I don't think Beato's evil. It must be someone else. I don't buy it. I'm not into blaming weird deities, weird people that we don't really know anything about after Higurashi. A can of spray paint and a stencil, maybe. Kanan gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into the 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. I don't like that. I don't like that description. 2 separate parts? 2 people torn apart?
カノンさん。
I'm scared. I don't want to go in. I don't want to go in. Looks at chat, reads chat, doesn't play the game. Beato actually has a big-ass magic circle stencil collection. I sure hope that's the case. They surely are not dead. It's fine. I believe in women. Yeah. Surely we can take everything at face value. For sure. Definitely. They're not setting her up or anything. No! No more blaming Hanyu. Beato may be a witch, but she isn't a fool. If she can save a few minutes with some stencils and pre-made assets, she's gonna use them. Exactly. Work smart, not hard. I don't want to read anymore. I'm actually scared.
足元に封筒が。
Kanan-san, there's an envelope by your
し
feet.
かもこれは親方様のもの。
And isn't that The masters. It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Kanan hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. I need someone to hold me. Hold my hand! I need help! Ah! Beta commissioned a speedrun artist. Yeah, she paid for a rush fee. Kanan pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. Oh my god, console sprite, background, jump scare. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time.
Eva-sama.
Oh, Eva was lying face up on the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Kanan and who was hiding behind his bag, screamed a short eek again after she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Kanan had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. When Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Kanan couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Oh no. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there. Growing? No. Right in the center of her forehead. Ah! Was it an old-fashioned knife? Jesus! That or some weapon, like it was sticking out. At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side of the bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Then this track goes crazy! Oh, ayo! The coffee! This track is so good! Yeah, it's clearly not poison. Jesus! I mean, it would have been too easy if it was poison. Yeah, there were bells! This is such a good track, holy. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva was dead with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Whoa, this track is sick! Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity, even though her forehead... This track is insane. It was the last place they wanted to look. They couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon.
Hideyoshi-sama wa...
Yo, this track! This is so good! Is this Golden Slaughterer? This is insane! Whoa! I'm so buying that vinyl, man. What about Hideyoshi-sama?
Hideyoshi-sama!
Eva was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. Yo, this track gets crazier by the minute. This is not what I expected. Holy shit. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. Oh no, it's gonna be like a Satoko moment. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. Dude, I'm having a tough time concentrating on reading the holy text when this banger of a song is blasting into my ears. In taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. Whoa! We got a CG for this? Oh my god! Okay, wow, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god! It took me until episode 3 to get hooked on the sound. This is so good. Yeah, he died. He is dead. This is the definition of dead. This is... Okay. Like, Higurashi had no CGs of people being dead. Well, a few here and there, but, you know, very few in between. So, like, we just got one for Hideyoshi, and we got one for Shannon at least, and we saw, like, the other bodies kind of too, like, in the... Oh, I wonder. In this tab... Oh, she's dead. This guy also needs one. We're gonna read this later. But, like, I was a bit shocked that we ended up getting them right away for Umineko. Youch. I can see the Os map in my brain. This is such an Os type song. I wonder if, like, they undressed him or... I mean, he said that Eva was dressed. So even if they, you know, did the thing, did the deed... Why isn't... I mean, maybe he was taking a shower. Maybe he was killed in the shower and maybe she was gonna take one after. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume that he was already naked when he was killed. I'm not gonna assume that they actually killed him and then undressed him. The budget has increased. It sure has. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. That waterproof curtain was half open. And lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open and pointing right at Kanon. Just like Eva, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Oh, the teardrop. I mean, there still is, like, blood all over, actually, like on the shoulders too, unless it's just like general distressing of the image. Okay, we got both of them now, so I'm gonna read both of them. Oshinomiya Eva found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. But it's not a knife. I mean, this looks more like a spear or like an ice pick than a knife too, so... What the? Ushinomiya Hideyoshi found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Eva was found in. Like Eva, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Pace? Pace? How could a human possibly kill them? What? This is like so Maria core. Why is it written like that? Heya. Oh yeah, maybe Heya? Heya. Yowdy. How many doujinshi did they take a bath in turns before doing the thing? Oh, maybe. Yeah, that could also be the case. Rosa. I got to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. Oh! Oh! Oh my... Sorry, I think it just clicked in my brain why Maria doesn't feel sad at all, because she assumes that she's gonna see her again. So there's no reason to feel sad. Everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. He has the right to lament his ill fortune. I like how Eva doesn't say anything. Well, this is... Yeah, these are definitely Maria's thoughts then? Maria's notes? It all makes sense now. Hello, Pika. Welcome in. Jesus. We love a fucked up kid understanding death plot point. Just then, they heard Natsuhi's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji.
またしてもこのような落書きが。
Again, with this graffiti.
この手紙は
What about this letter?
中にはなんと
What does it say inside?
いえ
There's more pressing matters. I don't know. I haven't read it yet.
うかつに触らん方がいいですな。
We shouldn't touch it carelessly.
犯人の指紋が残っとるかもしれん。
The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it.
警察に渡した方がいい。
We should hand it over to the police.
わざわざ手紙を残すくらいです。
They went out of their way to leave it
ど
here.
うせ指紋など残っていません。
I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. As Natsuhi said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself where she found Eva, dead.
エヴァさん。
奥様こちらには秀吉様も
Dude, I'm getting goosebumps. This is so crazy. Madam, Hideyoshi-sama's here too. Oh man. Wow, I'm actually kind of happy we don't get to see Eva. I don't think I could handle it very well. This is already fucked up enough. Hi. All is well, but people are dying left and right. Oh yeah, Joji! Fuck, I forgot these are his parents! Oh my god! Let's go! More fucked up children! Let's go! He was not spared after all. Everyone has suffered at least a little bit. Equal suffering all over. I'm sure that Natsuki is still shocked. You know, just because you despise someone doesn't mean that you want to see them dead, even though she was pointing her gun at her. They were his parents. The death scenes in this game are so eerie. I love it. They are good. So far, they've been really fucked up. This is truly atrocious.
シャワーを止めてあげなさい。
Kanon, turn off the shower.
気の毒に程があります。
Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be.
はい
Yes, ma'am. Kanon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. I feel so bad for Kanon having to witness all of this. He's like 14. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
わかったね。
I understand.
死斑は出とらんな。
No signs of post-mortem lividity. That does not ring a bell for me. Post-mortem lividity. It is a settling of the blood in the lower or dependent portion of the body post-mortem, causing a purplish red discoloration of the skin.
死後硬直も始まっとらん。
Rigor mortis hasn't begun either.
おそらく殺されてから1時間経ったかどうかというところだろう。
It would seem that an hour or so has passed since they were killed. Damn! And the blood is still like freshly dripping down? I mean, I know the human body has a lot of blood, but still. 16, but that's not much better. But wasn't Shannon older than Kanon? And Shannon was 16, no? Okay. It's pretty recent, still. But an hour is also quite a while. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Pika.
しかし、このような柄の短い凶器で頭蓋骨を。
But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull?
考えられん。
I cannot imagine. Nanja checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. I'm guessing it was shoved into their skulls with like a lot of force. As Kanon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nanja thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. Why would you want to remove the weapon? Don't do that. If Maria is so convinced she'll see the dead again, it's offering people like Batara just to give them a chance to believe, maybe? Maybe. That could make sense. Yeah, offering people up so that people like Batara can start to believe. That's what you mean, right? Thank you for the 50 stream, Pita. Thank you. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped, like a cone. Conical? Is that what that means? He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at this scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their functions. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. I want to look at the weapon again before the CG disappears. It has like very intricate markings on it, like these are like flowers and whatnot. We can't see the rest of the weapon, but I'm guessing it has like a little handle here. Damn. I just realized Joji has like no one left. Lost his fiance, lost his parents. He's all alone now. Conical, okay. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let the children... We can't let Joji-kun see this room. Seal this room with all haste. Yes, we mustn't let them see. If Joji's-san saw his parents in this brutal state. But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to Joji even before he came dashing into the room. Oh! Dude, don't come in, please! Oh man, get him out of here! Kinda reminds me of the Tengen Toppa Guren Lagann drill. I've never watched that show, but I have to. I will. The only immediate family left is Jessica and Natsuhi. True. Just shoot him at this point? Joji! No! He's gonna go inside. He's gonna fucking storm in there and he's gonna have it crash out. Although, you know... Welcome in. Gurren Lagann is my favorite anime. I have to watch it. I will! Oh... Am I prepared for the emotional pain that I will feel in a second? I'm not sure. Joji and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuhi, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Father! Mother! What is this? Another magic circle? She's like, yeah, I saw this coming. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right? Hey, Kanon-kun! What's this all about? Kanon didn't have to say anything. Joji screamed after he ran into the room and told them everything they needed to know. Why did no one stop him? Why did no one stop him from going inside? Oh my god. Just like grab him by his arm. Don't let him go in. Why would you let him in? Ugh. Really, you don't own a spell book. Oh, Klaus. Yeah, the poor guy. Man. He would force himself in anyway, but they could have, like, I don't know. I feel like Genji could have held him back. He does not need to see this. Who did this? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Thank God he didn't see Shannon. Joji-kun, hang in there. Natsuki touched Joji's shoulders with her hand, but he violently shook her off. Joji fell over beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. Joji-san, hang in there. Huh? Batora. Batora had his back against the wall of the hallway and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. Oh man, no! Oh, this is really awful. This is so bad. Oh, this is really bad. This is so bad. Horrible. That's horrible. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day. And on the same day, even his mom and dad were killed. Isn't that too harsh? Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Batora, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. Joji wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, Joji's pain was far greater than everyone else's. I don't know, man. I think maybe everyone is suffering the same amount right now. This is rough. But he also has no one left. Batora is also all alone, I think. They don't need to compare the pain. It's equal, I would say. No, everyone dies sooner or later. If you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you've got to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you. But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki? And shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. That bastard. That bastard. Doesn't he even have a speck of humanity? Human sympathy in him. Maria, please! You're gonna get drop-kicked somewhere. Trying to lessen his own grief in comparison. Maybe. Honestly, that might be what he's doing. To be fair, Batora hates his folks, but still, he was still sad. Like, even if you don't like them, that doesn't mean that you want them dead. Especially not in that way, you know? This is kind of like, how Rika would, pat someone on the head and be like, What did she always used to say? I forgot, actually. I forgot. I don't know what she said anymore. Nipa, whatever. Badara, don't cry, don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Badara in a mechanical sounding voice. Badara violently wiped his tears. Yeah, damn it. I won't cry anymore. Tears of regret. Tears of sadness. I won't shed them again. It's all useless. The witches got me backed into a corner. I'm always on the defensive. And that's useless. It's all useless. I'll spin the chessboard around. He's saying all his lines right now. Fight the none of this. He said to Rudolph, I always told you to go to hell, but not like this. Yeah, I think he disliked Rudolph clearly, but like I think he still had a lot of love for him, you know? Deep down, I'm sure he didn't like totally hate him. So I don't think he didn't suffer at all or anything like that. That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything. But guess what? I'll spin it around. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be hiding away, pissing ourselves. That bastard will. I'll expose you. You'll see. By tomorrow. No, screw tomorrow. Tonight. Before tonight's over, I'll be gripping you by the collar. Let's go. You don't know why, but that you forgot is so goddamn funny. I actually just cannot come up with it anymore.
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。
At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come. That was a very intense scene, I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of crazy. Oh my god, I looked over to like check when there would be an ad break, and it's gonna be in 3 minutes. Maybe I'll take it now so that I can calm myself down. That was really intense. Man, I didn't think that they would immediately die. Also, this is not what I had expected. Tear apart the two who are close. I wonder if there was like some kind of mechanism that if the chain was cut or if like access to the room was gained, that they would be killed. No, he said that they were dead for like an hour already, so it couldn't have been by them cutting the chain to the door, because then that would mean that they were killed right that second. Also, it would have been very weird because they would have to be restrained and stay, you know, in the same position until the trap went off or whatever. Well, anyway. Like a cat box. I know that that's like a term that is used in Umineko discussions, like Schrödinger's cat box. The box, you don't know if they're dead until you look inside, you know, and you confirm it for yourself. Maybe it is like that, you know, because it would make sense if it says that those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close, and it's not any one of the people who are left that killed those two people. I don't think any one of the people alive would be capable of doing something like that. So it must have something to do with gaining access to the room or something else that has killed these two. So, you know, something. Maybe they were alive until they cut that lock. Schrödinger's ice picks. Neko means cat. I know. Schrödinger's Joji's parents. Man. This is so sad. Okay, anyway. Let's take that little ad break. I'll keep thinking about this as my brain explodes. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Hello! I made it back. I calmed down. I'm okay now. I actually managed to forget about dead people for 3 minutes. For now. Maybe the process of arguing and making them want to go in a room by themselves is enough to qualify as responsibility for the kill. I don't know about that. Could be. But I feel like there's more to it. Thank you. Welcome back to you too. Alright, let's keep going. Dead people, let's go! At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come.
いいですね。
No objections, I take it. Natsu announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been Joji, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. Joji nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Natsu still hadn't opened that western envelope of the family head that she'd picked up. I actually kind of forgot about the letter and all of that stress. Can't believe we don't get to hear Taka. Oh, true! Oh man, I didn't even think about that. My ears will no longer be blessed. Did I read that? Yeah. But now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange. Okay.
答えよ。
Oh god. What now? Stinks?
マリアもわかるか。
Did you notice it too, Maria?
こりゃ何の匂いだよ。ひでえ匂いだぜ。
Seriously, what's that smell? It's awful. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them should have had smelled until then.
私、ちょっと厨房を見てきます。
Matara is doing the opposite of praising her noble name. Yeah, he was cursing her. I will go quickly check the kitchen.
火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
I'm sure I turned the flame off. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had cost it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
カノン、熊沢と行きなさい。
Kanon, go with Kumasawa.
一人にさせないように。
Do not let her be alone.
はい。
Yes. After nodding at Genji's order, Kanon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well.
臭い。
Stinks.
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。
It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle.
しかし換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
However, that doesn't mean we can just open a window for ventilation. Natsuhi was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。
Let us run the fan.
窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows.
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
George Aniki, is it okay if I talk to you?
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
Oh my god, he sounds so scary. If it's about finding the culprit, then I have no problems. It seemed that Joji had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。
The chain for this room was set.
さっき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。
From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the
つ
outside.
まり、 完璧な密室だったってことだ。
In other words, this was a perfect closed room. It sure was. Thank you for the hydrate posture check. And head pat, thank you.
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時は、シャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか。
That does seem to be the case. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant
あるい
room.
は、複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。
Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it.
でも、チェーンは違う。
But this chain is different.
チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で、最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with.
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。
Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken.
じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
So does this mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door?
こりゃ面白いや。
That's interesting.
つい数時間ほど前にも、扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかって、みんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Eva stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsuhi was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Eva proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. I mean, that little magic quote-unquote circle that they saw also kind of looked like a door, so maybe they are entering like different worlds where people are dead? But, oh god. It is tough. I can't really make any sense of this. Sorry to ask, any chance this was domestic violence? I mean, true. Technically, that could have been the case if they, for some reason, had these ominous weapons in the room. But I highly doubt it. Keep the gear spinning. Okay. Maybe they really do open, like, doors to hell or something. Me just saying over and over, Ryukishi, where are we going, mad lad? Where are we going with this? Did Hideyoshi strike Eva and then himself? That's like the most unlikely thing to happen, you know? But there's a possibility. The possibility is never zero. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsuhi entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with a door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuhi could have I cannot read anymore. Could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well.
なら、犯人は室内に入らずに犯行に及んだ。
The picture of Beato in the background is kind of ominous, to say the least. She's looking at you, Joji, don't turn around. And then go shower. Maybe he took that shower and killed himself while showering. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room?
部屋の外から何らかの方法で。
With some method from outside the room?
確かに。
Good point.
チェーンである以上、人が通れるほどは開けなくても、多少の隙間を空けることができる。
Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack.
ノックして顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。
Unlikely. Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them?
いや、甘いか。
Wait, am I missing something?
甘いよな。
I mean, it would be kind of crazy if they managed to kill two people, one in the bathroom, one on the bed, only through like the crack. That'd be kind of insane. Hideyoshi would have never done this. He hadn't gotten to experience color television yet. True. How could he do this to himself? He would never.
エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったなら、それも考えたぜ。
Yeah, you are. If Aunt Eva's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible.
だが、エヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上。
But she was on the bed at the back of the room.
しかも、秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。
And Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the
チェーン
bathroom.
の隙間からでは姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。
Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them, and you couldn't reach them with your hands either.
ちくしょう。全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
Damn it, it's all useless. I don't have a clue. Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. Let's go. So, Maria, enlighten us. What does the magic circle mean this time?
満足
Satisfied?
満足って。
What do you mean, satisfied?
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。
Batra, since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish, saying you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right?
だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。
Well, Beatrice granted that wish.
バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。
Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch.
なのにわがまま。
And now you're complaining. How selfish. Ouch! Yeah, you kind of deserve getting... you deserve to get slapped for that one. Or, well, tapped, I suppose. Tapped? That doesn't really feel like it would hurt, right? Witches can't wishes now? I mean, aren't witches like people that you make contracts with, basically? So that's kind of like a wish. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist.
ああ、叶えてくれてありがとうよ。
Dude, I would drop kick Maria so hard for saying shit like that. Dude, Joji's parents just got killed in the most brutal way ever, and you're gonna be like, haha, you're satisfied? Beato killed them in a way that wasn't possible for a human. Like, she deserves to be killed just for saying that shit. I love her, but damn girl, you gotta keep that mouth closed. Sure, thanks for granting that wish.
今のはその例と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。
That just now was to thank you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate.
それより教えやがれ。
More importantly, tell me.
エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも。
Let's go. I'm curious about this. There was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room.
あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
Was that another magic circle? Inside thoughts. Exactly. Inside thoughts. Spooky slowly turning into Rosa. Listen. Okay, maybe. But this is fucked up. This is fucked up. Most brutal way ever. I'd rather get picked than have my face bashed in, but that's just me. True. The first deaths were... I mean... To be fair, we don't really know how they died. Didn't they say that their faces were smashed in after? After death? Most likely, maybe. That they were killed somewhere and then they were brought to the storehouse and then their faces were smashed in. But I don't think there's any confirmation for that. They might have been killed by being smashed in.
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hope you'd at least know what it was. Ouch!
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。
I don't know, which is why I'm letting you take the credit.
ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
Good whining and explain.
バトラは暴力的だね。
You're sure a violent Batara.
あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。
I won't tell you if you're too mean, get it?
あいた。
Ouch!
言うよ、このげんこつ男。
I'll say it, stop hitting
あれ
me!
は月の一の魔法陣だよ。
That's the first magic circle of the moon. Why did you just say in Japanese? Something otoko. Doesn't that mean man? This guy? I don't know what you said, but it was not just stop hitting me. She said something else too.
何の意味がある？
What does it mean?
その魔法陣のご利益は？
What is this magic circle's effect?
書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は？
What does the Hebrew writing mean?
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。
Ginkotsu otoko means hard-headed guy. Gotcha. Man, I wanted that to be translated too. That was really funny. The words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107, verse
主
16.
は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の管抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。
For he has broken gates of brass and cuts through bars of iron.
魔法陣の効用は2つ。
This magic circle has two effects. So that first sentence is already like implying cutting through some sort of gate or something made of iron, like a chain, perhaps?
一つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
Kind of hard to translate. I guess they could have said blockhead or something like that. Yeah, I think that would have been a good enough translation for me anyway. First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to lock it.
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。
Not sure is convenient.
つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。
So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic?
もう一つの効用は
And the other effect?
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て、扉を開く。
When you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door.
難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。
By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then. Okay.
平たく
So
言
it
う
gives you an
と、
escape.
観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。
Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition.
ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
Beatrice is trying to provoke you, since there's no way lowly humans like Batra could figure out how this door was open. Ouch!
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。
Okay, good work. So shut up.
上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦、受けて
Sounds
やら。
great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch.
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。
Oh man, Georgie. He doesn't even care anymore. Sadly, this happens with too much JP media, and without JP knowledge, the reader just misses out. Yeah, unless you like catch it and you're like, oh, you have like some sort of understanding, you know, you probably won't notice it. Maria-chan, things like witches and demons don't exist in this
父
world.
さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。
Someone killed father and mother.
それが僕のよく知る人間なのか、知らない人間なのかはわからない。
I don't know whether that was someone I know or not.
でも、そのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
But either way, it was definitely a human.
しかしどうやって
Yeah, but how?
せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を
How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide.
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。
At any rate, I can hardly stand the stench.
一体何事なのですか？
What in the world could it be? Kana and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement. Basement? Which they passed on their way to the kitchen. Listen, I mentioned the basement earlier, but one of Kinzo is just dead there.
ボイラー室。
The boiler room.
またボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Slam.
今の音は
But what was that sound? The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave way yet again, and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. Well, everyone except for Kinzo. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
カノンさん
After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kanon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who had closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Kanon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If we didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Kanon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone and rushed down the stairs. What if it's just Kinzo doing his like black magic in the boiler room? He decided the office was getting too cramped and so he went down into the basement. Must have been the wind. Pretty strong wind. At that time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Kanon should have been searching from where the smell was coming from. However, Kanon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Why? Kanon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then He answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。
What? He answered? Answered who? Yeah, I guess there's a typhoon. You're right. He answered? In roulette, you bet on a number where the colors red or black, vying for a payoff.
赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
However, low-risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. The words coming from Kanon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. The darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Why was he talking about roulette all of a sudden? Oh, damn. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies had hit in the shadows all over the boiler room, flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Kanan continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. This is really pretty. I really love this. The sound is terrifying, but this is really, really nice. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they perhaps, probably, no, they would certainly laugh. But Kanan continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆により的中率の低い賭け方をすればそのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる。
However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk.
親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び、
The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle.
その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。
And called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic.
親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか、そんなことには興味ない。
I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette.
しかしお前は忘れている。
But you forgot
ルー
something.
レットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを忘れている。
You forgot that in roulette there's a pocket that's neither black nor red. Roulette has a special pocket called zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。
I set my heart on just one thing.
もし
I decided that if
シャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら、
Shannon were to be killed and I was left
こ
alive,
の身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと。
I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin.
これは親方様が決めたルールでも、ましてやお前が決めたルールでもない。
This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of
こ
yours.
のルールは僕が作った。
I made this rule myself.
僕はもう家具じゃない。
I'm not furniture anymore.
お前のルーレットのゼロなんだ。
I'm the zero on your roulette. Let's go! Kanan, you're so cool! You're so awesome! Yeah, he's so cool! Local roulette tables run 000 and 0000 nowadays. What is it? Is there a difference in how many zeros? I'm still confused at the line he answered. It's not, I can't scroll back that far, but it confuses me, but I'll just let it slide even though it's in my brain. Pushes the odds towards the house. I see. Kanon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weaknesses was being ridiculed somehow. Kanon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Kanon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Kanon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。
I won't let your words lead me astray again. Again?
悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。
This is where the demon's roulette ends.
地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。
Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner.
ベアドリーチェ!
Let's go! When Kanon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Please don't die. Dude, that scared me. What? That actually scared me. Holy shit. That laugh was kind of terrifying. Don Wap. Yeah. That was like oh, that was kind of scary. Beatrice. Whoa, that actually kind of terrified me a little bit. Kanon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that with a pair of thuds, Kanon's knees hit, left then right, at a hand which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Sorry. Kanon's knees hit. Left then right? Is he dancing, dude? Looked like it was trying to catch the sky. Landing on his chest. And the other hand did the same. Did he get, like... stabbed? Oh... Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. No! No! Which induced a heart attack. Carbon monoxide takes another. No! Man, I can't. No, he can't die. This is not happening right now. He can't. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was now in Kanon's chest. No! No! Kanon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Kanon's white skin. This cannot be. Kuma-sama, where the fuck are you? Around the scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Kanon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. Why would you do that? You're gonna bleed out for sure now. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Kanon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. The swamp? The Higurashi swamp. Man, how has she not died from a heart attack after this day she's been having, man? Poor Kuma-sama. Someone... Kuma-sama screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Kanan was lying in a pool of blood. Kuma-sama's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. I'm so sorry, Kuma-sama. What incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. What the fuck? As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles on her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. Okay, kill her. I'm kidding. I understand why she feels happy that it didn't also kill her, but still, you can't smile. Don't smile at this. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. Dude, I think the gun won't do anything here. What is it, Kuma-sama? Answer me, Kuma-sama! The first one to dash in was Natsuhi holding the rifle. Batara and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room, but after they saw Kanon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Man! Kanon, answer me! Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Natsuhi realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted. Who's hiding over there? Come out quietly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy. We need light. Natsuhi, let's light them up. Batara, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into, but the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. But there was no physical form! What is happening? How did butterflies kill my boy Kanon? How did this happen? I don't understand! This time it was not by opening the door. It did not happen by opening the door. He just went after the butterflies and he got killed for it, man. But, like, how? Oh, Natsuhi, where does that door go?
Genji,
Genji, where does that door lead to? The courtyard. Like hell, I'm so distraught, I'm sorry. Like hell, I let you get away, you damn bastard! Batara let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Batara ran up them, shouting. Wait, Batara-kun! It's dangerous to be on your own right now. Natsuhi was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Batara. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Batara looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Batara spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances in the mansion from the courtyard. and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Batra pounded the wall with his fist, swearing.
バトラ君
I mean, just go through any of them at this point. It looks like she's shooting Batra. Yeah, she might.
一人で先走ってはダメです
Batra-kun, you mustn't run ahead by yourself.
バトラ君
Batra pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried.
ちくしょうちくしょうちくしょう
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
エヴァおばさんに秀吉おじさん
On Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi.
さらにカノン君かよ
And now Kanon-kun
6人も殺しやがった
killed a full 6 people.
飽きたらずしたのに3人も殺しやがった
That wasn't enough, so you had to kill 3 more.
ふざけるなふざけるな
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
エヴァおばさんも秀吉おじさんも昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだったじゃねえかよ
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and
カノン
fun.
君とは昨日会ったばかりだがきっとこれから仲良くなれたと思うぜ
I just met Kanon yesterday, but I'm sure I'd have gotten along fine with him. Yeah, am I kind? Hey, maybe to him. Maybe to him. She was kind to him sometimes. He's gonna get one time by the butterflies too. I'm so sad, man. Kanon was like, oh, I'm not furniture anymore. And then he gets fucking killed. I'm so distraught.
なんで殺したんだ
Why did you kill them?
どうしてどうして
Why? Why?
人ってのはな殺しちまったらな二度と生き返らねえんだぞ
You know, when people die, they don't come back to life again, right? Well, Rika Furude does.
タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃこねえんだぞ
They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo
どう
shoots.
して殺すんだよ
Why'd you kill them?
どうして
Why?
どうして
Why? I actually don't understand why Kanon was killed. Was it just because he tried to kill the butterflies? To hit the butterflies? I don't know. He didn't deserve that. Eva was always cool with Batora. Yeah, she's just a bitch to Natsui and Klaus. Your family ain't all that. Poor guy. He's distraught, okay? He's sad. He's definitely not furniture anymore. Man. People die if you kill them. Peak drops. Stop. Why are you making fun of Batora? Hello? Everyone is trash talking this guy. You guys are so mean. You don't get it. You don't get my goat. Batora was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried with all his strength. Natsui, who had always thought of Batora as a frank person, was a little surprised to find that he had this delicate side. And at that same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. Let's go, Natsui!
大丈夫です
I love her so much. She gets it, okay? Kanon was talking shit to Berto. I mean, yeah, but so has Batora. And Berto hasn't killed his ass. Not yet. 2 big no-nos, I guess so. Man. And Shannon. Shannon, my beloved. We're referencing Fate Stay Night, you fool. You don't get my goat. I'm sorry. I will at some point.
あなたもジョージ君もマリアちゃんもジェシカも私は絶対に守ります
I'll definitely protect you. Joji-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica.
母としてそして後宮家の代表として
As a mother and as a representative of the Ushiromiya family. Man, that only leaves like what? 2 Higurashi VAs? Takano and Satoshi dead. Batora, after sobbing into Natsuhi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile as though he had been like that the whole time and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow, the boat will arrive. After that happens, the police will come and everything should be brought to light. There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle. This track is also really good. This track is very fitting. Fate with the 3 routes is pretty massive. A pretty massive VN too. Yeah, I heard that it's very long, but I can read long ones. I've done it. We can do it. Yeah, Natsuhi is trying her very best, man. I'm actually so proud of her. I wonder if, like, it's kind of hard to tell at this point if she's always, you know, been like this, or if she, for some reason, like, gained some self-respect after Kinza was like, oh, you carry the one-winged eagle on your heart and whatnot. I don't know. I would have liked to see Natsuhi before that conversation. I wanted her to go batshit crazy and be killer wife. I don't know. My nose is itchy. This one's called Requiem. I see. There's still so many good VNs out there. Yeah, I also have a couple more that I own physically even that I still need to play. House in Fata Morgana? Yeah, I ordered that one physically. I will get to play it soon. I heard really good things about that one. Maybe it's the gun, true. That's right. When the police come. When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. Damn, another name drop in one stream. Yeah, I forgot about that. The seagulls are not here. But for some reason, Batora felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. Sure hope so. No, I don't want to see Kanon dead. I don't want to think about it. I'm so sad. I wonder what they swapped all the ecchi scenes in Fate for. I haven't read the all ages version. Oh, is there an all ages version? I didn't even know that. Title undrop. You have to play Requiem of Innocence with it. Okay, I'll write it down. I only read the eroge. Fair enough. Okay, we have a little scene switch, and I have to mentally prepare myself to see my beloved Kanon dead, or, you know, see the description of him potentially dead. Maybe they can save him. I know the dagger, or like the pickle was in his chest, but, you know, nothing a little Dr. Nanjo can't fix, you know? Anyway, I'll take that 3-minute break and prepare myself for the imminent death of my boyo. Meowdy. I adjust the volume before I forget. Yeah, I'm actually kind of sad that he pulled out the dagger. He should have left it in. Maybe he would have been fine, actually. Put it back in. Fate's Strange Fake was airing while I was reading through Umineko, so it was really tempting to start Fate's Stay Night, but I basically put everything on hold for Umineko. I can see why. I feel like unlike Higurashi, which had really, really long setup times in each individual episode, I feel like Umineko just got straight to the point, and it's super messed up right away, and there's mysteries to solve left and right, and I don't know, I feel like this, if I was playing it by myself, I would have fucking tried to read this within a week. Like, this is so good. Anyway, I don't know if I'm prepared to see Kanon die yet, but I guess we just have to go through it. Maybe he'll survive. Hey, who knows? There's no reason for him to die, too. Only 8 people were supposed to die, and now 9 people have died. That's not good. That's not good. Don't be greedy, Beato. I love these streams. I'm glad. We're strong. Oh. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi and told everyone weekly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and Joji Aniki had carried Kanon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kanon-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood loss and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck in Aunt Natsuhi. I'm already declaring her dead, I'm sorry. And Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we had expected, the weapon was not blade-like, a knife, but shaped like an ice pick. Bladed like a knife, I read that wrong. Kanon isn't people, he's furniture. No! He's people now. He's person. Kanon had to look tough, pull out the pig for the aura. I'm so upset at that. Why did he do that? Or rather, a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanon-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. Oh, I forgot about that too. Oh. What if they're like burning some of the bodies or something? They must have dragged it out. Dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. Oh man, whose body is it? Is it, yeah, it must be Kinzo or like the other people or something. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... Ugh. I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. I'm not surprised. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
おそらく親方様だと思います。
How about like the size of the person? I want to read something real quick. Sorry, wrong thing. Gouge the head and kill. Gouge the chest and kill. Technically, these two have already happened, but they happened too early. No, isn't this wrong? It's all wrong. It's all wrong. This was the breakfast goat I was planning. No. I believe it is most likely the master.
私も同感です。
I agree.
このようなお姿でお亡くなりになるとは。
That he would pass away in such a state.
おいたわしや。
It's heartrending.
でもこの死体本当にじいさまだって保証はあるんすか？
But is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather?
こうも黒焦げじゃ性別さえも想像つかないってのに。
It's burned so black you can't even tell what sex it is.
バトラ君、足をご覧なさい。
Watara-kun, look at the feet. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burned corpse's feet.
両足の指が6本あるのがお分かりになりませんか？
Excuse me? That's not right. Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot. Huh?
あ、本当だ。
Ah, you're right. Does Kinzo have 6 toes on each foot? Is that something he has? I don't know. I think people can have that. It's not very common, but, you know, Kinzo could have that. Maybe... I don't know. I don't know anything. Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed.
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指がそれぞれ6本でした。
I see. The master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet. Of course he is.
そして故に親方様は後ろ宮家の再興を託されたのです。
Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family.
後ろ宮家には昔
Because of the feet?
生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。
I have heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyly were common in the Ushiromiya family. Is polydactyly the thing where you have 6 toes? It's a thing, but that came out of nowhere. This is kind of crazy. Someone back in my elementary school had this on the left hand. Very interesting. He was born in the 1900s. People were strange back then. I mean, I'm just surprised that, like, this made him, I mean, yeah, okay, I guess you could say, oh, you know, since many people of the Ushiromiya family have this condition, I guess since you also have it, you get to be the head? I don't know. Very interesting. This is a fact I did not expect. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm confused. I mean, this is one way to, like, decipher who that is burning. Very easy. Sometimes they're a little vestigial and are surgeried away very early in life. Well, I'm glad that he didn't do that then, because we're able to figure out that it's him. But also, I don't think, is there any benefit to having that surgically removed? Except for, like, optics?
多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
It's probably hereditary. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2, and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal? Excuse me? Don't say that shit, man. That is normal too. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there is a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. That is pretty rare. I mean, I guess every 2,000. It's not that rare, but rare enough. What? Shoes and gloves fitting? Because of the space the extra limb takes. But if I understood it correctly, it's still just the one finger, but it's just split in two. Wouldn't that mean that it takes the same amount of space? I would assume that the finger that's split into two would just be thinner, and the other one would also be thin in that case. Yeah, 1 in 2,000. I also thought that it would be a little rarer, but it's actually not that uncommon. I think, now that I think about it, I think my mom told me a long time ago that someone in my family also had it. I don't remember who. Someone I've never met, but I think it's not too uncommon. Yeah. They're mostly regular sized-ish. Interesting. Okay. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Tomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Urshiromiya family heads, the one most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of this auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as the head so much, this 6th toe would have been pretty lucky for him. He disliked it. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. Oh. It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that happened stabbed into Kanon-kun's chest. One of those demon's ice picks was stuck into his forehead. Huh. Huh. Interesting. So, whoa! I don't know why I was so surprised by this. But okay, I guess with this we have the gouge the head and kill, gouge the chest and kill. Even though we're no longer waiting for individual days, I suppose. So someone will be hit in the stomach, someone will be hit in the knee and the leg. Soon. But we didn't have the 3rd twilight. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. No one praised her name. No one did. For the person, I knew her finger was angled way off her hand and took way more space. That does seem kind of inconvenient. I guess that would make sense to get it surgically removed then, but maybe there's cases where it isn't so bothersome. Depends on the person. Sometimes they're very tiny, sometimes normal. Okay. He's wise when it comes to black magic. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it depends on like when he got into black magic, but I would not have declared this guy the head of the family, maybe. The witch is impatient. Maybe she is. She's like, fuck this. I'm not waiting fucking 9 days. Come on, nature. Where are my cat girls? They'll praise my noble name refers to Batra wishing that Beatrice was a culprit. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Even then, we're not even waiting for like the individual days. We're going straight at it. So we should be on day 5, but time has not passed that quickly. Dad's ring is not on his finger.
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか。
So the letter last night was telling the truth.
お父様、
Father,
さぞやご無念でしょう。
probably be horribly disappointed. Natsuhi-san let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. The whole mansion is at this point. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done. What? Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his auto lock. There's probably no doubting this. That's an insane thing to say. Matora, what the fuck? What the hell? This is not a valid question. That's not how you should phrase that question. That is insane. Burned is way past well done. It's not even rare at this point. What is Boyo talking about? Oh my god. If Gora was alive, it would have been a perfect medium rare. God damn it. I wanted to eat perfectly medium rare Kenzo. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Canon! Oh, damn. Cool music. Yoshinomiya is a proud and noble family. We can't settle for imperfectly cooked kinzos around here. I get it, I get it. This was crazier than Eva going, well, at least there's a more shaman. The people in this family are insane. Oh man, this check is cool. I like it. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kiria-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the corporate could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Odd Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Okay, so 3 of these people are old as hell. 4 of them, one of them in particular, are pretty young. And one of them has a gun. I don't know, man. Hello, Dryad. Hi, welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. He means his dad, right? Yeah. These 2, gone. The others, oh well. True. There's some that don't have any more face left. This looks interesting. We're trying to solve, at this point, how many is it? I already lost track again. 9 murders? 10? Is it 10 already? 6 and then 2 plus, yeah, it's 10 people. Oh yeah, Kinzo's death description. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. Ushinomiya Kinzo, burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. Well, screw you, Kinzo! Okay, Kanon, not declared dead yet. Means he must be a murderer pro by now. If only that were the case. I could kill so many people. We only figured out which body was which by the clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died? Even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch. Batara is like staying strong that the 19th person does not exist. He does not want to accept it. Kanon's still alive. Yeah. For now.
Maria-chan, それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。
Maria-chan, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore.
さあ、バトラ君も。
Come on, Batara-kun
カノンの
too.
容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。
I'm worried about Kanon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary.
戻りましょう。
Let us return.
おー。
Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. Technically, there's like no magic circles here, right? I tapped her on the head.
おい、マリア。ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ？
Hey, Maria, what's Beatrice after?
俺たち全員の命か？
Is it all of our lives? I thought we were gonna get another scary Maria CG with the way the music stopped and everything.
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。
Beatrice will revive very
そ
soon.
の時、誰も生き残れはしない。
At that time, none shall be left alive.
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。
How can you laugh at something like that?
自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか？
You think you're the only one who's safe?
どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない？
Why don't you feel like you're in danger?
どうして怯えない？
Why aren't you scared?
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。
Beatrice made a promise.
マリアは黄金郷へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。
She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land.
そこはね、しがらみも何もないすべての人たちがずっと一緒にいつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。
It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations, everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else. That does actually sound pretty good. Take me with you. I want Maria to go batshit crazy, insane over being better than Kinzo at surviving. Laugh at him. Make fun of him.
マリアは楽しみだよ。
I'm looking forward to it.
その時はもうすぐだもん。
That time will come very soon now. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she? This witch who calls herself Maria. To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us not to believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that Witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits? Girl is creepy.
マリア、
I could go for a trip to the Golden Land. True. Take me. It might be pretty early to ask this, but how are you feeling over all this? Who could be the culprit? I initially thought that it must be Kinzo. Seeing him dead. Well, this is a weird way to die, though. This is a very strange way to die. And like, if they hadn't noticed the smell, no one would have found this body. So it feels like they wanted the body gone. They wanted the evidence gone. So in my mind, the only person out of all the people that we've met so far to be crazy enough to do any of this and fake their own death and whatnot would be Kinzo. But then again, he might really be dead. They did pull off the dead person does it in Higurashi. Exactly. We've had that happen before. I doubt that Rikishi would do it again. But, you know, I feel like Kinzo might be at least a little bit involved. He would fake his death. He would also kill his own family members that he doesn't really care about. Hello, Nu! Hi, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. Hope Trauma Center was fun. Hello, Gunfita. Hello, Ichi. Hello, Quentin. Hello, Alva. Hello, Robo. Welcome. We're reading Umineko. And since the last time, many more people have died. Many more people have died. There isn't that many people left now. #1 tired surgeon raid. Hello, Nu. I hope the surgeoning went well. And I hope that you can not feel tired soon. I'm not sure if you're tired or if the protagonist of the game is tired. That guy needs a break. I wanted to finish the game today, but there was too much left and I got stuck on the last surgery. That game looks hard though. That game looks really, really difficult. But I hope you had a good stream. I hope it was fun. Yeah, we're just hopefully finishing up episode 1 sometime soon. I don't know. I feel like judging from Higurashi, I feel we'll take like at least like 4 more streams to finish episode 1 maybe. We'll see. But yeah, we're also making good progress. But yeah, I hope you can rest well and relax. Old DS and Game Boy games were made different, like Mega Man Zero. When I watched Nu play the last time, I was like, I don't think I could ever play this. It looks very stressful. Yeah, this episode is long, I guess. All of them are gonna be long, I assume. Like Higurashi. There were like 13 streams long each. 8 episodes in total, so it's gonna be a long time.
もう一遍だけ聞く。
Maria, let me ask this one more time.
どうせ答えは同じだろうがもう一遍だけ聞く。
You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more.
お前は昨日バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。
Yesterday, you were given a letter in the Rose Garden.
そいつは誰なんだ？
Who gave it to you?
だからベアトリーチェ。
Like I said, Beatrice.
バトラがまだ信じない。
Batra still doesn't believe. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person? Or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. I mean, it would be crazy if a 9-year-old killed 10 people. Not unthinkable, but possible. And crazy. Possible, crazy. I'd usually ask for a TLDR summary again, but I still don't want to get spoiled. Yeah, I recommend not getting spoiled by me, but you know, a few people died, and we're still no closer to figuring out the mystery. At least I'm not. I think my suspect is not actually the person behind all of this. They might be involved, but they're not really the person behind this. Generational 9-year-old serial killer? Maybe, maybe. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Natsuki should still have it with her. Oh, that one managed to scare me. Why is the clock so weirdly positioned? 8 p.m. guys. In the end, Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness. Fuck! No! Why? Why would you just hit me with that? I had hope. I had so much hope. Found in the boiler room with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his chest. How presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. What the fuck? That's messed up. That text is messed up. Maybe position for the 4:3 aspect ratio. It's never been like that though. It was always like in the middle of it. That is so sad. Oh. No, it's okay, guys. They're all gonna be alive. They're gonna be in the Golden Land, guys. They're all going there. Wait, what does it say again? The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. Yeah, but the rules are already... This is already so out of whack. Everything has gone to shit. They're not adhering to the rules anymore. Furniture pilled. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, of course there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. I think Surgeon Nu could have saved Kanon. However, Kanon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Kanon away, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。
God damn it.
あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound.
いえ、無理もないことです。
No, that's perfectly understandable.
最善を尽くしてくださり、ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for giving it your very best. I feel kind of bad for Nanjo. He's like the doctor, and he can't do anything to help anyone because it's like these wounds, these murders that are like impossible to like heal anyone. Everyone is going to the Golden Land. I'm sure they are. It's gonna be fine. Dr. Nanzo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life, up until the last second. Yishka was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Kanon-kun until the moment of his death. Joji Aniki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jishka pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
If only I hadn't let Kanon-san go alone.
気に病むことはない。
Do not let that bother you.
仮に一緒だったら、熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。
If you had been with him, you probably would have been attacked as well.
それに、愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake. Genji, that's rough.
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。
How can you say it like that? What the hell?
カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。
Kanon-kun spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to
熊
them.
沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
If only Kumasawa-san had gone with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
ジェシカ
Man, I don't think poor old lady would have, you know, chased Beato away. He thought he had a cushy gig just telling a rich old guy to stop drinking. You mean Nanjo? Yeah.
今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。
You shouldn't talk to her now.
僕だって。そしてバトラ君もだろ。
It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Batara-kun?
もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are going to split open. The music is really good. This whole stream, we've had nothing but banger music. There were tears in Joji Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよジェシカ。
Crying with pervert glasses is so odd. I think they just want to make him look mysterious and cool, but they make him look weird and creepy. It's okay, Jessica.
カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
You'll be able to meet Kanon again soon.
よしてくれよ。
Stop it.
そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
I don't need you trying to console me like that.
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。
Beatrice will resurrect the dead, and even love that has been
だ
lost.
からきっとすぐに会えるよ。
So you'll definitely be able to meet him
そ
soon.
してきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
Then everyone will be able to live in peace.
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。
You know what? I actually believe that. I choose to believe that Kanon will be fine and we'll all be joining him and we'll be best buddies forever. She gotta stop with the lens flare. Yeah, it's not doing the characters any favors. One of the cousins is gonna kill this kid. She keeps saying like super rude stuff. I feel bad for her. She obviously doesn't really realize how it's affecting other people, but still, please stop, Maria. Stop speaking.
そいつはどこにいるんだよ。
So the one who killed Kanon-kun is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday. Where is she?
どこに隠れてるんだよ。
Where is she hiding?
私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。
I'll find her and tear her apart.
言えよ。知ってるんだろ。犯人の正体を。
Tell me, you know who the culprit really is, don't you?
お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。
What do you know and what are you hiding?
話しやがれ。
Tell me, damn it.
お嬢様、おやめください。
Milady, please stop.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists. Exists.
畜生。源氏さん話せよ。
Damn it, let go of me, Genji-san.
マリアが犯人を知ってる。
Maria knows who the culprit
し
is.
かもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。
She's hiding their identity even though she knows.
そして俺たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us. You know, you might not even be wrong. I can see that. I can see it. Someone is gonna punch Maria's teeth out at this point. I feel like... Oh no, I don't know. I think punching her won't do any good. But she needs to be like locked in a room. Everyone's beefing with a 9-year-old. She's making herself very unlikable. track is called World End. There was other versions of it before, but the full one is crying. I have a feeling this will be like the Dear You of Umineko.
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica, be silent. Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。
Maria-chan, I know there is no way you're the culprit.
君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。
You've been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any culprit.
だから聞かせてほしい。
So, I want you to tell me something.
君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she? Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that Joji still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。
Aniki, I already asked her the same thing a second ago.
返事は同じさ。
Her answer was the same as before.
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。
I want to hear it from Maria's mouth.
ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Who is Beatrice?
言ってもどうせ信じない。
Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe anyway.
それはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by that?
ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、
Could it be the culprit someone we know well?
君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？
You're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason.
君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
Who gave you that letter?
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。
I got it from Beatrice.
何度だって言う。
I'll say it no matter how many times you ask.
手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。
I got the letter from Beatrice.
ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから。
Joji Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit?
ジョージお兄ちゃ
I
んが
mean,
や
you
るせない
definitely
気持ち
cannot
を
hit
暴
her.
力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。
Yelling at the child will always help. I'm done. Sure. I mean, I feel like they should just stop talking to her at this point. She's not doing anything to help them whatsoever. Nothing. She's just rage baiting almost. She's making them mad on purpose. You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone
だ
up.
から殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。
So you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit.
だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。
So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it.
だから言っても無駄。
That's pointless for me to tell you.
信じない。
You won't believe.
でもマリアは何度も言うよ。
But I'll keep on saying it.
真実だから言うよ。
Because it's true.
ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。
Beatrice exists.
黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。
The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened.
マリアはそこに行くの。
I'll go
ベア
there.
トリーチェが約束してくれたの。
Beatrice promised.
その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。
Oh man, don't fucking drop this on me. I don't want to feel bad about your childhood. You're making me mad. I can't feel bad for you while mad. In that world, Mama is nice, Papa is with us and is also
マリアは
nice.
早くそこへ行きたいの。
I want to go there right away.
みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。
Everyone is afraid of Beatrice.
そしてそれは無理もないことだけど。
But that's only natural.
なら安心して。
So calm yourselves.
ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。
Beatrice said so herself.
台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said. Ouch! Yo!
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。
How dare she have a messed up childhood? I mean, we already knew that her mom was, you know, like that. And that her father was not in the picture. At least officially, so... It was bound to be bad either way. Ah, hello! Thank you for the raid, Amo. Hi. Welcome in. Oh, you were streaming music? Were you singing? Were you doing karaoke? Welcome in, everyone. Let me say hi. Hello, Figra. Hello, Foxy. Hello, Alyssa, Red Milk, Naito, Vlad, Torbear, Ivan, Chryso, Sutsu, Celador, Adar. Hi, welcome in. And Ammo. Yeah, I know, your internet died. That was so unfortunate. I'm sad that you couldn't join back in, but it was really fun, and it would have been great to have you there the whole time. Ah. Best singer on Twitch? Hell yeah. I hope you had a good time singing. I have to check out the... Well, will there be a VOD even? We'll see. Was the worst timing? Hope you guys had fun. It was. Maybe we can do another one where you can actually join in. That'd be good. It was a really fun mod to play. I had a good time. I wanna definitely play it again sometime. But yeah, hello. We're currently reading Umineko. I don't know if anyone is familiar with it, but it's a mystery visual novel, I guess. And people keep dying left and right. We're trying to solve the mystery of what is actually going on here. So there's a lot of confusion. Is that Higurashi same author? Yes. It's by Ryukushio7, who also wrote Higurashi, which is... I feel like Higurashi is more well-known, at least in the anime sphere. But yeah, it's the same author. We recently finished Higurashi... how long has it been? A couple of months? And I started Umineko, even though I wanted to take a break from it. But I decided to do it just now. It's really good. I highly recommend it. It's very, very fun. But yeah, so far, a lot of people have died. So this is actually, for anyone who wants to read it, I recommend closing your eyes, closing your ears. Don't look at anything. There will be massive spoilers. Also, hello, Fluff. Hi. I just realized there's two of you. I was staring at the corner you. Oh yeah, this is, as you can maybe tell, it's me, but in the style of the characters. It was drawn for me by a friend. And I think, I don't know, I like having the sprite there. It's really good. That is so cool. Yeah, I love it. I'm glad you like it. But yeah, I hope that you can rest well after your stream. Rest your voice, drink some good tea and stuff. We're currently talking to a rage-baiting kid, and we're trying to be reasonable with her.
魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとって、さぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。
Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist, but keep that to yourself for now. Are we lurking whilst winding down? Okay, have a good lurk, and thank you again! Rest well.
他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
Don't try to force that on other people.
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだと思ってたけど
They're really starting to hate her now. They loved her so much in the beginning, and they were like so protective of her and everything, and now they're like trying so hard not to kill them. I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now.
おかしいぜどっかおかしいぜ
But there really is something wrong with her.
バトラは思わねえのかよケンジさんは
Don't you think so too, Batara? Genji-san?
熊沢さんは
Kumasawa-san?
母さんはどうだよ
What about you, Mom?
マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。
Maria knows who the culprit is, and she's hiding
確
it.
かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。
Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything directly.
でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。
But she's definitely working with a criminal.
そうさ、スパイさ。
That's right, she's a spy.
私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
We can't let her stay with us any longer. I know this is just like the fear and the anger talking, but it is very silly. Thinking about a 9-year-old potentially ratting them out to a serial killer. She wasn't gloating over the deaths of their family before. That is true. That is true. I don't know. Would I say that she's gloating? I think she just genuinely wants the best for them. So, you know, if she thinks that the Golden Land, if they die and then they go to the Golden Land, that that's a good thing, obviously she wouldn't be super sad about the deaths of any family members. You see one ghost and suddenly everyone thinks you're a creep. Beato's no ghost. She's a witch. That's not the same thing. I don't know. I feel like I trust her. I trust that Beato's actually real. I believe. I will keep believing. Because I don't know. I don't think Maria's the type of girl to lie. She doesn't seem like she would lie as of right now. So, I don't know. I trust her. Also, what are you gonna do? Throw her out? There's a typhoon outside.
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。
Maria-chan, you must realize that there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided.
これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば、おばさんも本気で怒ります。
If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. I'd be careful around Natsuhi, she has a rifle. It would be so sad otherwise. It would be. I'd have to believe. I have to believe that they will actually be happy at the end. I will believe that Rukishi really likes his happy endings, like we got one in Higurashi. You know, this will also be a happy ending. Into the forest, to the witches you go. Aunt Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsuhi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? I can't read anymore. 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kanon-kun, grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly. And 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. I mean, going by the epitaph, at least...
とにかく、今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。
At least 3 more people? Oh, actually, maybe just 1 more person. Head and chest are pretty lethal spots to be stabbed. Stomach could be bad. Could be pretty bad. Leg, knee, not so much. Maybe only 1 more person will actually die. Okay, yeah, you're right. Actually, to be fair, none shall be left alive. But going by that, no one will survive. But technically, I don't know. Let's ignore this for now. Let's just assume that it's gonna stop at the stomach. It's fine. Well, it says that they will be killed specifically, and none shall be left alive. Doesn't mean that they will be killed, but they might just, I don't know, die, or they will not be here anymore. You know, they will not be in the realm of the living. I'm trying to spin this in a positive way. I'm really trying. I'm trying so hard. Yeah, and kill. I know, but I don't know. Maybe kill the knee. I don't know.
犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今。
At any rate, this is no time to quarrel. Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere.
私たちは明日まで
身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
We must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow.
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。
I agree strongly with Aunt Natsuhi.
犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。
We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight.
今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですな。
I mean, is there really any place that they can go that is safe? People are getting killed in absolutely closed, shut-off rooms. I don't think there's anywhere that they can go that would be safe. Except maybe the guest house, since it didn't seem like that was a point where they would strike. I'm taking a look at my notes, and by this point I started suspecting everyone might be cooked. I mean, everyone is cooked. But no, I believe that... I don't know. Batra will survive by the end. He has to. He's the protagonist.
私も含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。
I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included.
今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
I believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward.
そういうこった。
That's right.
敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
There's a high probability that the enemy's got the equivalent of a master key.
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
Are they assuming that because they got into Kinzo's room? I don't know. That seems unlikely. Doesn't seem relevant either. I don't think they have a master key. I don't think they need one. But they're still not believing in magic, so I guess that's the only possible explanation. Only Kinzo so far, please! He has to. He has to. Oh, right, they haven't eaten dinner. I mean, how could they? After seeing... Wait. Eva and Hideyoshi died before, but they still haven't eaten dinner. So 4 people died and they still haven't eaten dinner. That's awesome. Also, the smell, the scent of a dead body burning in the incinerator is still wafting through the mansion, which must be so pleasant, so nice to eat dinner to. Were Shannon, Kanon-kun, and Goda-san holding master keys?
はい。
Yes.
勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
They were supposed to have them on their person during work.
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかったろうが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We kind of limited the possibility that someone stole a key from them. I mean, the most likely person to have a key stolen from them would be Shannon, I guess.
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。
In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servant room at some point to unlock the garden shed shutter.
そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
Wait, Goda as well. Goda was in the servant room. They might have, like, I don't know, beat him up and stolen his keys. Kenzo is so overcooked, they can't eat him anymore. I never even considered the smell. It must be awful. And also, who knows how long Kinzo has been dead, too. I mean, I guess a whole day? Would a body start smelling that bad after the whole day? Maybe. It's not been 24 hours yet, but at least like 12, roughly. It's conceivable that they obtained a master key from there earlier on. There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. And we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、
Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys from the pockets of one of the murdered servants,
その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open?
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。
Because of the nature of our job, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms. Even the room with the gold bar? Since when has Kinzo been dead? It must have been pretty early. Yeah, and if they put the body in there right after killing him, it must not smell that good.
お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
All of them in the mansion and in the guest house.
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと意味がないってわけだ。
So, in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless.
上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。
Fine. Who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come, bring it on, damn it.
返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
I'll beat you at your own game.
敵は正面から来ないよ。
The enemy won't approach us from the front.
最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君。
I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Kanon-kun,
そしておじい様の霊を見る限り敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。
and even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people.
一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room.
そうだな。
I don't know if I would assume that. I don't know if I would assume that. The first 6 were all like attacked in the dining room. No, they found blood splatter all over the floor and everything. So like, that's how are they coming to this conclusion right now? To be fair, I bet Kinzo already stank like alcohol and whatnot. True, they did say that, you know, the room and he smelled so much like absinthe. It must have been crazy. Imagine an absinthe-filled body smelling while being burned to a crisp in the incinerator. That must be lovely.
兄貴の言う通りだ。
That's right. It's just like Aniki says.
ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
And maybe Onnatsu's rifle can serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking.
なら良いのですが。
I hope that is so, but
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while. You seem so sad about that. Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns, but if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it. Maybe for the better. If I may...
一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所。
I do know of just one place that cannot be entered even with the servant key rings.
それはどこです？
I'm guessing that it's the room that Klaus took Natsuhi in with the gold bar, and she should know that actually. Where is that?
はい。
That would be
親方様の書斎です。
the master's study.
私は反対だぜ。
Wait, are they talking about Kinzo's room? I guess so. They only have one room for that. But also, Kinzo also ended up dead. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be safer than anything else. Do they only have one key for it though? And I would assume that Kinzo himself also has a key for the room. And if Kinzo ends up dead, wouldn't whoever killed him also have access to the key? We'll let her nerd out. She needs to shut up for a second. I'm against this.
じいさまの気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
I don't even want to think about going in grandfather's creepy room.
あの
Real?
部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？
How many keys can gain access to that room?
2本です。
There are 2.
1本は常に私が。
I always have one on my person.
もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほど ボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
The other was held by the master himself, but just now, I found this on the corpse in the boiler room. You took the key from inside the incinerator? What? How did you do that? How did you do that? That must have been hot as hell. I mean, they did say that the heat wasn't so high, but still. No pockets, nothing? It was just laying there? Maybe he had tongs. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, there were tools in that room. So maybe. Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが。
Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master's key for the police.
親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので、私がお預かりさせていただいておりました。
But because of the master's orders to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being.
なるほど。
I see.
ということは、金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
Which means that Kinzo-san's study is the only place where we can be safe.
そういうことになりますね。
It would appear that way.
あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが。
I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night. No one wants to go into Kinzo's fucking study. No one wants to be in the absinthe room. If Kinzo was only cooked to medium rare, he shouldn't be that hot. True, true. Might play detective with the toe, see if he got keys on him only he could have. Also true. Also true. I mean, I guess the key could have ended up there any other way, but the toes are like very obvious.
あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
But it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anywhere else right now.
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじい様を犯人は連れ出して殺してる。
Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him.
絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
We can't be certain that it's truly safe.
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出た。
Well, I don't know about that one, but I guess we'll find out. According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around the receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. To be fair, I can kind of see it.
と考えるなら籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all.
楽観的すぎだぜ、兄貴。
You're too optimistic, Aniki. However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that given us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. There she is. She's beautiful. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. I mean, what if they all just sleep though? Wouldn't they just get killed in their sleep? You could probably say Beato's in the courtyard and he'd leave. I mean, yeah. Just yell through the door, "Yo, Beato revived! She's right here!" And he'd go, "Beato Ricci!" But that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's gotta do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us all to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in?
はい。
Yes.
ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。
There's a bed, a sofa, and blankets. So while it is not luxurious, it will be more than suitable for spending the night.
流しにご浮上。冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and, of course, we can't miss this one, the liquor cabinet.
ひゅー。
Whoa.
そいつはすげえぜ。
That's incredible.
しかし、おかしなもんだな。
But isn't that weird?
自分の家の中に、さらに自分の家を作ったってのか？
You're saying he built another house inside his house?
島を丸ごと買って、自分の夢をすべて実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ、ずいぶん手狭なんだな。
It's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams. You know, maybe he wanted to downsize. Crazy Kenzo had that gamer den set up. True.
そうですね。
That's
い
right.
つの頃からか、お父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
The liquor cabinet is kind of like a mini fridge in the gamer room, if you think about it. After some point in time, Father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion.
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time we're the ones who are gonna shut ourselves up. Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
Jessica-chan, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere.
もちろん、こっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。
Of course, I don't think we'll be able to find them if you just start searching on our
結
own.
局は待つしかない。
In the end, we can't do anything but wait. I mean... I'm thinking about it now. It all went so fast. Batara chased whoever up to the courtyard, which has doors that lead back inside the mansion, right? So... What? Where are those doors? Are they like up on the second floor? Are they... Where are those doors? Like, they must be in the mansion right now. I feel like if they just went around, maybe they could like feel a little bit safer. You know, look around, check all the rooms, that sort of stuff. And if they all stick around like a group of 8, it would be okay, maybe. Maybe they could find out any hints or whatever. Maybe they'd see the butterflies. They should not split up. Of course, I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own. In the end, we can't do anything but wait.
ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。
No.
逃げも隠れもしない。
Oh, TH. Then it doesn't matter where we wait, does it?
客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。
I'm not gonna run
ベアトリーチ
away.
様をよ。
Run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor watching TV or something while we wait for this Beatrice-sama to appear?
現れなければ現れないで十分です。
It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear.
犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
There's no need for us to be the ones who expose the culprit.
正論ですな。
Well said.
警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive.
ありがとう南條先生。
Thank you, Dr. Nanjo.
私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。
I think we should move to father's study.
確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。
True, we have no proof that it's safe since father was taken out of there.
しかしバトラ君の推理の
However, I can't deny the possibility that
お父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
as Batara-kun reasoned, grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aunt Eva said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. I mean, he's kind of crazy. I can see him doing things that don't make sense just, you know, for the hell of it. Aunt Eva hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Aunt Eva claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit? If Aunt Eva were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. Who's gonna take her role now? But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? It's useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong, will keep searching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. And it seems like the culprit is one of the 18. I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. As I keep spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts would have taken one step from where they started. I mean, technically they were all together as like the door opened and whatnot, like in the boiler room, so technically everyone has an alibi as of right now. So it's pretty much confirmed that another person exists now. I mean, Batra even chased them. It would be very unlikely for it to be anyone within the 18. Like, that possibility just keeps decreasing more and more. Okay, but I think I'm gonna stop it here for today. I'm gonna save this. We're already over 4 hours and my voice is giving in, and I think this is a good place to stop before we enter Kinzo's room. So I'm gonna look for someone to raid. Let me see. Who's live right now? Oh boy. Hello, Laika! Welcome in. No, I was just gonna end. Thank you for the raid though. I hope you had a good stream. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The mouse is as big as the elephant. Where does that come from? I hope you had a good stream, Laika. Hello, Laika. Hello, Dado. Hello, Curdles. I'm sorry. I was just gonna end because I want to go eat some dinner. It's been a long stream. My voice is tired. I'm sorry. But I hope you had a good time. I hope you made good progress drawing and stuff. Hello, boss. And hello, Leto. Hi. Yeah, Umineko was fun as always. This is getting better and better. 10 people died in total so far. It's kind of crazy. Thank you. Let me see. Who will I send you to next? MMM? I am gonna raid. This is difficult. This is very difficult. We're gonna raid. I can't decide. Marpy. He's doing a partner push, so let's say hello. He's currently playing Jack and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy. I don't know anything about that. It kind of looked like Kingdom Hearts when I first looked at the stream, but it's not Kingdom Hearts, clearly. Yeah, thank you for joining me today. Yeah, 10 people died. Let's go. But yeah, I hope you can rest well, Laika. Thank you again. And thank you everyone for stopping by. I'll probably return to normal schedule next week. So we'll play the usual games at Umineko twice a week as per usual. And hopefully we'll make some good progress. I feel like if I didn't have Celeste and Super Paper Mario going, I'd just play Umineko 4 times a week because it's just that good. We'll see. Maybe if I finish them. Anyway, thank you for being here. I'm just gonna start at Skib, Austin, Trace, Miggles, Lekka, Costco, and everyone else who typed in chat and lurked and all of that. I hope you have a good rest of your Sunday and a good start to next week. And I'll see you tomorrow, actually. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye, not you, Deviona. Peter. Bye-bye.